Krickstein.
Seats, please. Quiet, please.
Coming next, the women's final between Steffi Graf and Martina Navratilova. And after that,
thank you,
the other men's semifinal, Ivan Lendl and Andre Agassi.
Great tennis. Really looking forward to it.
Super day. Krickstein serving, trying to get back even. Serving at 3-4. Service ace number 2. The on-court thermometer today registering 88 degrees or thereabouts.
All.
Bobby Riggs in the middle of your picture. Went to Wimbledon for the first time in 1939 and won all 3 titles, the men's singles, men's doubles, and mixed doubles. He won here actually at Forest Hills in 1941, beating Frank Kovacs in the finals. He also won in 39.
Still wasn't the biggest match he ever played.
That's right.
15-30.
1973 against Billie Jean King. Billie won that one. She'll be out here watching Martina Navratilova, whom she's been working with the last few months.
Here's another look. You'll see the opening that Becker finds. Had all kinds of time to decide where he wanted to hit the ball. And now it's 2 break points for Becker.
Game to Becker. He gets the break back. He leads 5-3, second set.
Sort of that raising it a notch that Mary mentioned earlier for Becker. He had to get a service break back, so he added a little pressure. And now he's serving for the second set. Five service breaks in the first set. We've had 3 in the second.
Smiling over what we heard Aaron say at the beginning of this second set when he uttered to himself, "My only hope is if he cramps." Not the most aggressive strategy you could have.
It's a pretty early start there when your first Grand Prix tournament. You're just over 16 years of age.
And today, and this year, he won a tournament in Australia early this year. That was for the first time in a couple of years. Broke up the slump. 4 years he hadn't won.
He had all those, as you mentioned before, injury problems. Just couldn't stay healthy.
Aaron said, I hated being treated as a flame out, as a burnout, as a guy, you know, a one-trick pony. As a kid with a big forehand who just went away because he couldn't cut it. He'll be around a long time.
Two-set points for Boris Becker, who is accomplishing this while only serving 34% of his first serves in the second set. Krickstein only 39%. So serving has not been very, very good. Becker just 39% first serves for the entire match.
Game and second set to Becker now. Won the first 6-4. He wins this one 6-3.
We recognize how important every 800 caller is to your business. We recognize that. And if for some reason there's a disruption in that service, we know you can't afford to be out of business. We have a new AT&T 800 assurance policy. If you're not getting 800 calls for any reason, if it's an equipment failure, if it's a problem with the network, it doesn't matter to us. What matters to us is getting your calls to you. We guarantee we'll put you back in service to a working telephone line within an hour. That's what the assurance policy does for you.
That ought to wake up the country club.
America uses more things produced from oil than any other country in the world. We produce more domestic oil than any other company in America. BP America.
The Cowboys are back. Johnson, Aikman, Walsh, and Kershaw start their attack in Cajun country. The NFL season premiere tomorrow.
Quiet, please.
Pat Summerall with Tony Trabert and Mary Carrillo at the stadium, the USTA's National Tennis Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, quiet,
German
please.
TV, Gunter Bach.
Für ihn und ich glaube, da wird er eine sehr große Chance haben.
He knows an awful lot about Boris Becker. He coached him for years until Bob Brett took over just 2 years ago.
What they said is he's winning.
I didn't know you spoke German.
Becker up 2 sets to love. Becker is 11-1 at the U.S. Open when he wins the first 2 sets.
And he's never dropped a set to Krickstein in 3 matches previous to this.
But Krickstein is 5-2 and he's lost the first 2 sets.
So who do we like? Boris Becker and Gunter Bosch had a falling out, and in effect Becker dumped him as his coach, and he had a tough time responding after that. He was a little bit confused.
40 love.
Ace number 3 for Krickstein.
40 love.
Boris was a little confused after his coach was no longer there.
Took a while for him to find a replacement coach. And it was Becker who chose Bob Brett. Tiriac, who was trying to help him in the decision-making process, frankly has said Brett wasn't his first choice, but boy, what a wonderful job Brett has done.
One thing he did, Bobby Brett, is to sort of rein Becker in a little bit, make him work hard. He was getting a little bit careless. He was enjoying his success, his money, his cars, etc. And Bobby Brett said, we got to get back to basics. We got to really work hard, try to lose a few pounds, get better shape so you can move better.
Krickstein wins the first game of set number 3.
Untapped, untouched potential. At GTE, we'll put that power in your hands with a new generation of precision materials. It's the power to make your products faster, stronger, more efficient, and to bring breakthrough ideas to life. We're giving it to others, we can give it to you. The power of a new manufacturing edge. Because at GTE, the power is on.
The writers of Motor Trend magazine road-tested a lot of cars before the Mitsubishi Galant. They road-tested a lot of cars after it. But no other car was so welcomed, so well-crafted, so thoroughly satisfying to drive. And that is why they marked the occasion in the most significant way they could. They named the Mitsubishi Galant Motor Trend Import Car of the Year.
If you don't like the looks of your car, shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a Gun protection. Man, what a difference.
It's 32 degrees. And Jan Trumpeter is learning all about her antifreeze. The hard way.
What is happening to me?
Don't push your luck. Guarantee it. With Advanced Formula Prestone.
Get ready for Tim Reed and Daphne Maxwell Reed as one curious couple looking into murders and looking after each other. There's Snoops, premieres Friday, September 22nd.
Boris Becker to serve now with new balls. He's won the first 2 sets.
After just under 2 hours.
A lot of people wonder why Becker just didn't use Jan Tiriac as his coach. Well, in fact, they both consider the other pretty willful guys. Tiriac is his manager. He's a promoter. He does it all so well. But Tiriac said coaching is what he does do best. But he admits that he might be a little tough. He said when his son Alexander was 3 years old, he wanted to change his grip.
15 all.
Matt Biondi enjoying the tennis. Olympic gold medalist.
Oh, he gave us some thrills, didn't he?
15 all. Broadcast, of course, going to Australia as well. Fred Stolle and John Newcomb.
Well, Fred
doing the
Becker
broadcast.
Trying to move up the pace a little bit here. I'm sure he'd love to win this third set, get off into the dressing room, have a shower, and sit back and watch the other semi-final later on today.
I think you're right. Those two have done some traveling.
I also work with those gentlemen for a few tournaments a year, including the French and Wimbledon and Channel 9 Australia. Their Wide World of Sports network, and it's fun. Big Mike Williams is their producer-director.
They put on quite a double show here not that many years ago.
Yep.
Very nearly beat John McEnroe and Peter Fleming, who at the time with the by far the best doubles team in the world. Those old guys almost beat him.
They had some harsh words, as I recall, in that match.
Yeah, McEnroe hit Stoll in the throat with a swinging volley late in the match, and Newcomb took exception to that. He lost in 5, and then McEnroe and Fleming won by default in the final, so they would have been the U.S. Open champions had they won that match.
Game Becker. 1-all.
1-1.
6th ace by Becker. When you think about it, John Newcomb is the last great Australian champion. Pat Cash, though he won Wimbledon, has not had anywhere near the success that Newcomb has had. So you got to go back to 1973. And they say, where did American tennis go? And you say, well, how come Australia doesn't have more good champions?
Ace by Krickstein, number 4. Serving
ugly
percentage,
numbers.
not good.
Of course, Germany's enjoying great tennis popularity with Boris Becker and Steffi Graf exciting the entire country. Over at Davis Cup, I was talking to Günther Sanders. He's the head of the German Tennis Federation. I said, what have you guys been doing? Because they're really coming up with some good-looking juniors. He said about 4 years ago we tried to find out what the Swedes were doing when Sweden was coming up with all the players. He said, so we went over and he said, and I will tell you the secret we learned. You give kids a racket and some balls and then wait. World champions are born, not created.
Becker thought the previous ball was out on the sideline.
40-15.
Tough crowd if they whistle at you for that. He didn't do anything. He was just saying the umpire, he thought it was out.
Krickstein leads.
He thinks this was a bad call, too. Krickstein leads, nevertheless, 2-1, third set.
Hey, do mistake.
Miss Caitlin Phillips demonstrates the loading of the new Fuji Discovery 60 compact camera. As with most Fuji cameras, the Discovery 60 comes complete with autofocus, auto-flash, and auto-wind. And one more feature that you can't get on any other make's camera. Drop-in loading. So now you can load a roll of film faster than you can get it out of the box. Only Fuji cameras have drop-in loading. Fuji, a new way of seeing things.
You got another Diet Pepsi?
More people are moving to Diet Pepsi, the right one.
Small business is America's future. A recent report on
the Commerce Department said the demand for durable goods totaled 100.
The Small Business Administration foresees the increase.
Running a growing business is no small job.
It will be here.
Managing working capital, financing, pension plans, and retirement planning.
That is right.
Today, growing businesses can look to Merrill Lynch for a wide range of services to help them achieve that most elusive goal, success. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
behind the players. Seats, please.
Must have been something she ate.
She's pacing herself. There she goes.
Quiet, please.
We keep saying you got to consume a lot of water on these hot days, you know.
Shade is important, too.
Ready to play. Quiet, please. Thank you.
Boris Becker serving at 1-2 in the third. He's up 2 sets to love.
First serve.
2 hours, 5 minutes now. This match has lasted.
And you start thinking about Graf and Navratilova in the locker room waiting. They would like to get out here and get going. They don't want to sit there in the locker room for another couple of hours.
Love 15.
One of the dangers of serving wide in that deuce court. If you don't get it as wide as you want it, it opens up your court for your opponent.
Italian television. Let's listen.
That's Rino Tomasi on the right. Very, very well-known Italian writer and historian.
Quello di Krickstein a volte è una frustata, è rapidissimo, ma la palla di Becker pesa senz'altro di più. Come il suo padrone.
I love the way the Italians, the Rai television in Italy, shoots the Italian Open. If something, there's a skirmish on the court or something, the Italian producer sends one guy, a handheld guy, down there. He's got one camera. He shoots the bad mark. Then he zooms over to the head of the guy who's yelling about it. Then he zooms over to the opponent. Then he zooms over to the chair. The whole thing, it's remarkable viewing.
They get excited over there.
Oh,
Boy, if you play in Italian over there, that's a tough thing.
Very confusing television, though. And then, of course, the Italians, Johnny Clerici, Rino Tomasi, all the commentators, they just gallop along, and they're going crazy. If McEnroe plays a match, you don't want to be in the booth next to them. They're making so much noise. He's their favorite.
This is where you get into the net, pretty good position, though it was a little short approach. And Boris, as big and rangy as he is, realized he had no way to reach it, and there's no way to run back and catch up to it, because once that topspin lob hits the court, it runs away from you.
Becker serving 40-30. Super return. Good serve by Becker. Came back faster than it went over.
Deuce. Advantage Krickstein.
This is good aggressive tennis by Krickstein. He closed in on that last shot by Becker because it stayed high. Watch him keep on going forward to get it before it drops below the top of the net. Though it's early in the third set, only Becker's second service game, he's serving 73% of his first serves in the third set. First set was 44%, second set a low of 34%, so he's improved that dramatically in the third set.
That was break point.
And that's the type of thing, sorry, that the Tiriac was referring to. Those 2 or 3 points when he really needs it, he comes up with the goods. And there it is, down break point, and he gets that big hammering first serve in.
Deuce.
Number 8 for Becker. If you get in the upper section of this stadium, you need those binoculars.
That's right. It's way up there. Number 9.
For the Connors Agassi match, a friend of mine and myself, we went all the way up at the top, because it was her first time at this U.S. Open, and I wanted her to see what it was like up in Connors country, which is what it's like. All those people up there, boy, they were screaming for Jimmy. It's a great place to watch it, especially during rallies when it's 20,000 people are absolutely silent. She couldn't believe what she was looking at.
The key to this is you'll see Becker, when he makes a low one, start forward. If he hadn't, he couldn't have gotten to this ball. Now he's in the driver's seat, and with Krickstein way out of position, just has to carefully block it into the court. The good players make that low shot, the dink type shot, and the other guy has to come up to him or may try to drop it back, and that's when they get in. Avi Riggs trying to figure out how many strokes you'll give him on the golf course.
And how much are we going to play for?
30, 15.
That is his third double fault. You're playing against Becker. You really have to be careful because he's so explosive. Here you are at 2 all 30. All things seem pretty even, pretty close. And you never know. He can whack a couple of forehands past you or get in and make a couple of volleys, and he's got your serve just like that. Well done.
40, 30.
hats and umbrellas are in fashion out here on a day like this. Plenty of sunshine.
His move, guys. It's the old let my opponent go up 2 sets routine.
Hitting the ball hard. Advantage Krickstein.
Krickstein leads 3-2 third set.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station.
This is CBS.
Some television offers will last forever. This one will not. Announcing the immediate liquidation of patent-held properties at Carolina Lakes. Act now and you could save thousands of dollars. Yes, all properties at our spectacular country club-like community have been drastically reduced. Perfect for your first home, your vacation, or retirement home. Located in the glorious sandhills of North Carolina near Pinehurst, the golf capital of the world, where land prices now range to well over $100,000. But here, just moments away, our properties start at an incredibly low $9,900. Yes, just $9,900. You'll enjoy 5 lakes, tennis courts, a pool, an 18-hole championship golf course, and more. Now complete and ready for your immediate enjoyment. Don't miss this opportunity to own a spectacular lake property at these once-in-a-lifetime super low prices. Call now for complete property information and our reduced prices. Owning property like this will never be easier. Call now.
Camilla Carr and Pat Menarson, weeknights on News 11 at 6.
CBS Sports coverage of the United States Open Tennis Championships is sponsored by Infiniti, a new concept in luxury cars. AT&T, the right choice. Express, the best way to ship it over there. And by Merrill Lynch, a financial firm built on a tradition of trust.
Back at the U.S. Open. Right now, let's go down to Leslie Visser.
Thanks, Pat. I'm down here with Dr. Herb Krickstein and Tim Gullickson, Aaron's coach. Dr. Krickstein, you and your family have sat through a lot of 5-set matches. You think he's starting to make his move?
Yeah, I think so. He certainly hasn't given up. I think he's hitting the ball better. Of course, Boris is hitting it better now, too. So, obviously, you don't want to spot 2 sets to Becker, but he's still got a chance.
Tim, what was your strategy coming into the match, and has Aaron followed it?
Well, I think he's playing more aggressively. He's had a little bad luck. He hasn't really won any of the big points, and he's just not serving quite as well as he would have liked. He broke him twice in the first set and once in the second set, and you can't break Becker that many times and still not win the set, so hopefully he'll start serving a little better.
Great. We'll see how it goes. Thank you both. Back to you, Pat.
Thank you, Leslie.
Ladies and gentlemen, quiet, please. Players are waiting.
Krickstein has had a long series of coaches. The latest, Gullickson.
Thank you.
Who's added about 10 miles an hour on his first serve, among other things. His first serve, though, has been worked on by a number of people these last couple of years.
It's an original.
Got the news on his mind.
Ooh. Very good.
30-15.
I don't know whether he's getting a little tired now or not, but he's starting to go to the one-handed slice backhand, and that's not going to be a very effective, I don't think, against Boris, particularly on the passing shots. Sometimes when you're a little leg weary, you don't get to the ball as quickly on your two-handed side. You've got to let go with the one hand.
30-15. Becker's won the first 2 sets. And Boris serving at 2-3 in the third.
Boris obviously thought it was out. Watch him signal. We can't see it, I guess, on our screen, but watch him signal now. If we let this thing run a minute, he hits it. Now watch him signal with his left hand. See, he's saying that's out, but look at the linesperson behind him saying, good.
I really think from where he was, Becker, on that call that he disputed, the linesperson couldn't see.
He was blocked.
He was blocked, yeah. So what can you call then?
Well, what you can do is put your hands up in front of your face and indicate to the umpire that I was blocked, unsighted, and then let the umpire make a call if he thinks it was a wrong call. But you have to do it instantaneously.
And the umpire, in this case, a long way away, about as far away as he could get from it.
Yeah, overruling on that far sideline is very rare.
Becker.
3-all. 3-all.
Certainly not suggesting that he's quit, but Krickstein has lost a little of his zip. He's a little more of a slouch in this year at the moment, and it's almost like he's being convinced that he can't win this match. But with his record of coming from behind in U.S. Open competition, you would surmise he's not quit for sure.
That's wide. He's never lost a set to Krickstein. Becker has not. He leads the series 3-0.
Big point right here. Love 33 all in the third. And I would suspect if he has a chance, you'll see Becker coming in behind his return.
He's starting to do that more often now.
They all talk about the counter punchers, the guys staying on the baseline and trying to make the passing shots, liking a target. But when that target keeps coming at you, it gets tougher and tougher for you to make the shot and hit where the target ain't.
You don't want a moving target.
All.
Break point now. This could put Becker up 4-3 in the third set with his serve to come. Becker's won the first 2 sets 6-4, 6-3, so he would really be in the driver's seat. Becker taking a little extra time now between points. Becker doesn't put much on his first forehand volley. He just sort of blocks it. And it gave Krickstein time from inside the baseline to set up and pick his spot. And he was able to do that.
And Dennis Krickstein.
You heard him say yep as it went by.
See where Becker is now, and he jumps around, slides to his left so he can hit a forehand. And for one of the few times in Krickstein trying to sneak in, he got beat.
You get the feeling Krickstein knows he's in over his head. Boy, that's nicely done. Becker tried to drop volley. Krickstein was all over it. And this makes you understand why Krickstein's so tough over 5 sets. Any kind of opening, and he knows how to take it.
Once he rolled a little short when he was already starting in, so he got this one the top of the bounce. It's a very deep shot. Krickstein said you're better off you look at it. He mishits this one. Probably just took his eyes off it a little bit, but he was trying to take it on the rise. He is tough on himself, isn't he?
He's kind of, he gets pouty.
He answers himself back.
Third, Boris knows how important this break is, and what's he doing? He's charging all the time. Sort of what we've been saying, Mary, that if that's what's important, how are you going to do it when it's really important? Why don't you do it more often, and maybe break the thing wide open?
I have it in my head that Becker knows he can beat Krickstein any way he wants, so he decided to do it off the ground. I mean, against Yannick Noah in the quarterfinal round match. Serving volleyer. He wanted to destroy Noah by serving and volleying him off the court.
Game Becker. Becker gets his break.
Becker leads 4-3.
He leads 4-3, third set.
You wonder whatever happened to luxury cars. Once they were for an elite few, and now they're as common as peas. They rise and fall on the promise of status, prestige. But you know, they leave room for the next generation. A new vision, more idealistic. The time has come, the walrus said. The time has come. Infinity.
In this package is over 40 years of experience in overseas shipping. And access to more air routes worldwide. because Flying Tigers has changed its stripes and merged with Federal Express to form the largest all-cargo airline in the world.
You are connected to the car. The car is connected to an engine, a suspension system. The car fits in the road, which fits in the landscape. And when all of this, the will of the driver, the ability of the car, the feel of the road, when all of that is one thing together, then you get a sense, a true idea of luxury, infinity.
The Cowboys are back. Johnson, Aikman, Walsh, and Herschel start their attack in Cajun country. The NFL season premiere tomorrow.
Pat Summerall with Tony Favorite and Mary Carrillo. Semifinals. Boris Becker leading Aaron Krickstein 6-4, 6-3, 4-3. Coming up next, the women's final. Steffi Graf, Martina Navratilova. And then after that,
players are waiting
to finish this super day, Ivan Lendl against Andre Agassi. And the other men's semifinal. Becker will serve 4-3 in the third.
I think Becker's got his third shirt on of the day. Guys are a lot smarter today than when we played, Pat. We never thought about doing that. We just wore that shirt. Yeah, sloppy, wet shirt, grab you in the shoulder, get twisted around. We just lived with that until we could get in after a break and change.
Surprised money wasn't what it is today. Maybe you couldn't afford it.
Aaron Krickstein, as you can see, is soaking wet, and that's not his original shirt. There's the laundry that he's used for the day.
Tony, you didn't walk out with 3 pieces of luggage when you took the court either in your day, did you?
Nope. We carried the rackets. We had a few sweatlets. I had a little rosin in my racket cover. That was about it. We knew they had towels out there. When I won at Forest Hills a couple times, of course, you get the great thrill. That's what no one can take from you, the souvenir of all that. And a trophy each time. And
you didn't have the big old bags and stuff.
No.
You had extra shoes, extra rackets. All.
No, you had one extra change. And in those days, at the end of 3 sets, we had a 10-minute break because we didn't have tie breaks. Nice stop, Boris. Ball hit right on the baseline. That's a careless mistake. Serving at 4-3 in the third set in the semifinals, the Open. Watch this now. He backs up. The ball comes deep. Instead of playing it and then finding out what the call is, he just stopped it. So it's 15-all.
No complaints.
No, he knew he'd done wrong. I guess that's like an outfielder throwing to the wrong base. That's the kind of stuff that drive managers crazy.
For serve percentages by set, Becker's got it up to 61 now. 16 at 48.
So they both picked it up a little bit in this third set. Good try.
30-all.
Here's what it looks like from Becker's standpoint. Court level. And you see Becker retreated to about the service line, trying to get by a little more time, get farther away because he was in big trouble. And he really did almost steal it by getting his racket on it.
40-30.
Did not go over.
Becker's coach. Deuce.
Too good. Heck of a point by both players.
Advantage Krickstein.
This is hard work. Now Krickstein really in good shape, and hitting that last shot in the corner of the service box takes that ball way out of court, and it's break point. Krickstein trying to get back on serve.
Don't forget his record when he's 2 sets down. He has achieved some amazing comebacks, 5-2, when down by 2 sets. Deuce.
Once again, down to break point. Becker managed to get that big first serve in.
Got such a good feel for the big points. He's a great big point player.
And I think that might be why he sort of attempts the game the way he does, because he figures I'm capable of doing that, of pulling that big shot out when I need it. The terrific passing shot. It's a little bit of riverboat gambler in him.
Another big serve.
Good pressure.
5-3.
Krickstein made his return. That little forehand from down in front of it was not easy for Becker. He got it nice and deep.
Stadium full and anticipating the rest of this and what's coming up. Women's final. And the other men's semifinal. That's what Boris Becker's looking at.
Notice that slice shot from Krickstein does not clear the net by much. That's one of the problems when you slice the ball. It sort of starts at the tape and wants to climb. Topspin, you got more safety, and it works its way into the court.
Out! 30 love.
Ace on the second serve.
And number 6 obviously fooled Becker.
Krickstein is 5-4 Becker in the third set.
Hey. Listen, if I give you all some wine, do you promise to get out of the kitchen?
Depends on the wine.
I guarantee you like it. Just try it.
Oh, this is nice. Have we had this before?
No, I found you something different.
White Grenache. Gallo. When did they start making this?
Y'all happy? Yeah? Good? All right, so out.
Ernest and Julio Gallo invite you to try a remarkable wine, White Grenache. It will change the way you think about Gallo.
Did you know that there's only one company that's willing to stand behind its 800 service and guarantee that your calls get through? We have a new AT&T 800 assurance policy which says the call must get through. If you're using AT&T's basic 800 service and all of a sudden there's a problem and you're not getting your calls, well, we can start to send those same calls to a regular telephone line right there in your office, and we can do that within an hour, guaranteed, get you back in service. We can probably do it quicker.
The long-term outlook holds the prospect of a leveling off, according to one.
The downward trend in savings by U.S. families continues to be a
Stocks closed sharply higher today in heavy trading. Analysts say uncertainty in the bond market is due to the recent volatility.
Investments, savings, insurance. Planning for your family's future requires finding the right balance. That's why so many people put their trust in Merrill Lynch. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
You're on the front lines in the war against crack. What will the next 48 hours be like? Return to Crack Street, a special season premiere Thursday.
Quiet, please.
That's the situation in the men's semifinal match between Boris Becker and Aaron Krickstein. Becker won the first two
Ladies
sets.
And gentlemen, quiet, please. Players are waiting. Thank you.
And serving at 5-4 in the third.
Wants to get in the locker room, get this over with. They will have been out there if he wins the serve close to 3 hours.
The old shoe tying trick again.
He just came off a court change. He can't be tired.
2:44 the match time, the elapsed time in the match. And Becker to serve at 5-4 in the third. That's what Krickstein is looking at. Good return.
Love 15.
First two sets, he made 25 unforced errors. This set, only 4.
That and the better first serve percentage has done him well.
15 all.
Mary Carrillo down courtside now. In case Becker wins, she'll be ready for the interview.
One thing about good ground strokes, it can keep you in a match for a long time. See, Becker was cheating towards the down the line, thought he was going to pull it. Instead, he went out the other way with it.
All.
Krickstein's dad.
You can see he's still battling. He's talking to himself. Come on, hang in there. I think having been beaten on this court the first 2 points of this game, I don't think Boris will come in behind his second serve. I was wrong, and it's now match point for Boris Becker to take him into the final.
That was a very, very good, deep second serve that set that whole thing up.
Pretty darn long match for a 3-set match.
Sure has.
Assuming it ends here, 2 hours and 48 minutes. It's a lot of tennis, a lot of long rallies.
Hours, 48 minutes. Becker's in the final. So Boris Becker will meet the winner of the Lendl Agassi match, which will come up later this afternoon. The women's final coming up.
The BMW 7 Series. It brings new blood to a class of automobile that can certainly benefit from it.
Mobile communication is the power to hold your world together. At GTE, we can put that power at hand to take with you gone before, into the skies, down endless highways, beyond all past limitations. At GTE, we give you the freedom of personal communication and the power of new opportunities. Because at GTE, the power is on.
If you don't like the looks of your car, shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a Gun protecting. Man, what a difference.
4 over Krickstein. Now let's go down to Leslie Visser.
Aaron, Boris is just so explosive. Do you think you could have done anything differently?
Well, I felt I had a good chance today going in, and actually during the match I did too. I didn't feel he served too well as far as his first serve percentage, and I happened to miss some pretty crucial volleys and some short balls I didn't feel I should miss, but it seemed like when the going got tough and he had to make the shots, he hit some pretty good ones.
You're king of the 5 setters here, but in the 3rd set, could you just not catch him?
Well, it would have been nice to win one of the first 3 because I felt, if it did go 4-5, I would outlast him, but, that was the one problem I wanted to get is win one of those sets, but, he's tough.
Well, congratulations on your first Grand Slam semifinal. Over to you, Mary.
Here we go. Boris, a great reaction at match point to what really was a pretty routine semifinal match. Were you more excited at the fact that you were in your first Grand Slam final than anything else?
Yeah, that was, I think, my main idea today, because, I've never ever reached anywhere but Wimbledon in the Grand Slam final, and I had a chance today, and, so I was quite happy,
We were wondering, you started off on the baseline. Was that just to get warmed up for the match, or did you know that you could beat Krickstein any way you wanted to?
Not really. I was trying to work my way into the net. I was trying to mix it up. And at the beginning, I was trying to get a little bit of a timing and the rhythm, and it was just enough.
Surely, whether you play Andre Agassi next or Ivan Lendl, you would serve and volley more in the final, wouldn't you, against that kind of pace, that kind of hard hitting?
It depends. It's not that fast, and so you cannot all the time serve and volley. You have to try to find a balance.
All right, well done, Boris.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Right, Mary, thank you very much. Here in the U.S. Open studio, we are now awaiting the next match on the stadium court, and that will be for the Women's Championship of the United States Open. Defending champion Steffi Graf will take on Martina Navratilova, a former champion. Now, some of you may have tuned in during the men's match, wondered about Steffi's condition after the cramping Leitner match yesterday against Sabatini. She is fine, we are told. We indeed saw live shots of her earlier out practicing. She appears to be perfectly fine. Doctors told her last night to take a lot of fluids and carbohydrates, and presumably she did that, and we expect her to be in top form. Following the way...
That match got pretty complicated at the end there. Pretty tricky, but she came through that one.
And her opponent, Martina Navratilova, certainly no stranger to this locale.
She's quietly moved through the draw very comfortably, winning really very handily. A 6-love, 6-love. You would never think she could do that to Manuela Maleva. And a good match against Zina.
Advantage, Lendl.
Again, break point for Lendl. Agassi trying to take Lendl out of position, out of court with that little rolled, angled backhand.
Deuce.
One first set. Tough game here.
Advantage, Agassi.
Agassi tries to beat Lendl across court. Ivan had already shifted into that position.
Deuce again, 6 times.
Agassi.
Not exactly like Agassi's first service game. Wow, that's a beauty. Oh, caught wide. can really sting that first one this year. Didn't have that a year ago.
Game Agassi. Agassi leads 2-1 first set.
Well, we'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station.
Good evening. Tonight we'll shine the CBS spotlight on Major Dad.
Major Dad is a new half-hour comedy about opposites attracting. Nice kids.
That man has no hair.
You ever whack him? You put this sort of straight-laced, by-the-book, button-down Marine with a house full of women who are completely undisciplined. Possibilities for comedy, I think, are endless.
Get ready for Gerald McCraney as Major Dad, coming Mondays this fall on CBS.
This is CBS.
Some television offers will last forever. This one will not. Announcing the immediate liquidation of patent-held properties at Carolina Lakes. Act now and you could save thousands of dollars. Yes, all properties at our spectacular country club-like community have been drastically reduced. Perfect for your first home, your vacation, or retirement home. Located in the glorious sandhills of North Carolina near Pinehurst, the golf capital of the world, where land prices now range to well over $100,000. But here, just moments away, our properties start at an incredibly low $9,900. Yes, just $9,900. You'll enjoy 5 lakes, tennis courts, a pool, an 18-hole championship golf course, and more. Now complete and ready for your immediate enjoyment. Don't miss this opportunity to own a spectacular lake property at these once-in-a-lifetime super low prices. Call now for complete property information and our reduced prices. Owning property like this will never be easier. Call now.
Let's go quickly to Leslie Visser.
Thanks, Pat. I'm here with Bill Norris, trainer. Bill, we noticed that he's got Andre Agassi has something on his thigh. What's that about?
After he practiced today, Leslie, he came in and he was complaining about pain in his quadricep muscle. And so I went ahead and gave him some treatment on it and put a sports support on him, and it seems to be keeping it warm, and the compression is helping all the way around.
Great. Thanks, Bill. Pat.
So there's your answer.
He's a good one, Bill Norris. Worked with us when I was Davis Cup captain.
Yeah.
Players have great faith in him. He's a wonderful guy. And very knowledgeable.
(2-1), Andre Agassi.
Lendl is he's so structured, so disciplined. 4 balls. He bounces the ball 4 times on the first, 3 times on the second. Won't start play if there's a lot of commotion. Very, very finicky. That calibrated style taken him far and kept him there.
Love 15.
Second double fault for Ivan Lendl. Perfect build for tennis. 6'2", 175.
And he can motor. He gets around. And the best thing is when he gets to it, he can still make shots. Another male on the circuit that works as hard as he does off the court.
Love 40.
Now that's a good seat.
Under the gun early, Ivan Lendl. Here's a couple of points for Agassi to go up 1-3.
15, 40.
See, now here he switches from 4 bounces to 3 on the second. Every time.
40.
Still a break point for Agassi.
He had 3 of them.
Last year, players had not seen him, didn't know how to play him, hadn't seen his game, and he takes it early and hits it hard. Agassi. Good serving by Lendl gets him to deuce. This year, I think a combination of the players knowing how he plays, plus the fact that being number 3 in the world at one stage, people were expecting him to win. He's found it more difficult to pull the trigger, just to play with that reckless abandon that he used to play with.
Flat start for Lendl.
Advantage, Agassi.
Yeah, a shot like that, he's not trying to do that much with it. Another break point for Agassi.
First serve. Deuce.
At this rate, this match could take a while.
Yeah. Hard working points.
Plus, Lendl's a very deliberate player.
Advantage, Lendl.
From low 40 down.
To do with Agassi stand back on his second serve.
You wonder if Agassi's doing that just to distract his disciplined eye. Worked with Michael Chang when he moved all the way in on match point, second serve against Yvonne Lendl at the French and beat him there. Agassi distracted Lendl quite a bit. He was grunting in this match last year. He's not too noisy a player these days.
Lendl coming up has a fairly high volley. One that you shouldn't miss. Again, down break point. 5th break point for Agassi in this game.
He better take his chance here. You don't get too many.
Little girl's hurt herself.
Oh, that's a pity.
Boy.
has been one tough U.S. Open for everybody.
Say, all the medical staff have become celebrities. What he's upset about?
Well, he's upset because a little girl came out and took a little extra time to get off the court. He's saying I should have gotten 2 serves, about a 10-second disruption. He takes more than that time between first and second serves on his own. Had he won that point, he wouldn't have thought a thing about it. I'd be a little concerned about the little girl. Hope she's all right.
Yeah. Sounded like some football coaches I've known.
15 love.
Third ace for Agassi.
From the quarterfinals on, that's what has taken place. Becker's in the finals tomorrow against the winner of this match.
Becker and Graf won Wimbledon together for Germany.
Seems like Becker beat Krickstein a week ago.
Lendl's letting a lot of things bother him.
Including Agassi.
40-15.
That's the young lady that got her sitting down now.
She's hurting.
Yeah. Maybe a little embarrassed as well.
She's pretty too.
Yeah, they've all done such a wonderful job. That kind of a stroke I'll never understand.
No. 40-30.
You might regret that careless little play there.
He leads 4-1 in the first set.
Agassi leads.
Small business is America's future. A recent report on
the Commerce Department said the demand for durable goods totaled 100.
The Small Business Administration foresees the increase.
Running a growing business is no small job.
We'll be here.
Managing working capital, financing, pension plans, and retirement planning.
That is right.
Today, growing businesses can look to Merrill Lynch for a wide range of services to help them achieve that most elusive goal, success. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
Got another Diet Pepsi?
More people are moving to diet the right one.
the new BMW 5 Series sedan. The spirit of a car company, sculpted into 3,400 pounds of steel, glass, and leather.
Quiet, please.
There's the little girl who injured her, what appears to be her right knee, being carried off just a moment ago, being administered to by our friend Dr. Gary Wadler.
He's been busy, hasn't he?
Boy, it's been a busy 2 weeks for him.
Behind the court, please.
He's probably out of pills.
Quiet, please.
Seems like it's taken forever to get the game started.
Yeah, especially when Lendl serves. Rich Kaufman is the man in the chair, the umpire's chair.
He's a good one. Jittery start for Lendl.
40.
That's 10 unforced errors now, only 4 winners. His numbers are usually reversed in those categories.
Break point for Agassi.
Deuce.
Second ace by Von Lendl.
Advantage, Lendl. Deuce.
Boy, was that sincere. That wasn't a bad serve from Lendl either. Agassi just nailed it.
Advantage, Lendl. Deuce.
Rob Reiner. Enjoy.
First serve.
After that last match, this is tough to get into, and it's not much happening yet.
It's been tough for Lendl to get into.
Yeah.
Advantage, Lendl.
He and Martina are pretty good friends. He must have been watching kind of anxiously in the locker room waiting to go on as Martina and Steffi went on into the third set.
They got on track. It's 4-2.
Agassi leads.
Agassi leading.
4-2.
4 aces for Lendl. Here's a look at it. Got a letter from a gentleman saying, why don't the players serve more down the middle? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know that they don't serve down the middle. I don't know what the percentages are. I think they try to mix it up as best they can.
Love 15. First serve. All.
Agassi's doing a good job of dictating the play in this first set. He's the one who's taking the initiative, finding the open spot, the window in every point, and making things happen. Lendl's entirely too reactive. More good serving.
40-15.
Single biggest looking difference from his game of last year.
Boris Becker won this morning. Straight sets over Aaron Krickstein. Tomorrow, he will face the winner of this match at 4 o'clock Eastern Time.
Rich Kaufman in share.
40-30. Agassi trying to go up 5-2 in the first set. And he does. Agassi leads 5-2 in the first.
You think Bo Jackson's the only guy who can do this stuff?
Light. It is magical, powerful, essential. At GTE, we place that power at the touch of your hand. The power to open any darkness, to illuminate the facts of science, brighten the arenas of sports and business, create the warm glow that means home. At GTE, we give you the power of Sylvania light in 6,000 ways, none of them small. At GTE, the power is on.
Maybe it's because meteors fell from the sky that night. Or because the day is only 24 hours long. Or could it be because air turned out lighter than water? All we know is, whatever had to happen, happened just right. In a town called Vergès, at a spring called Perrier. It's perfect. It's Perrier.
Gene Barry is Bat Masterson. Hugh O'Brien is Wyatt Earp. John Schneider is Pat Garrett. Western legends unite to save Lee Horsley in a world premiere. Paradise, a gathering of guns, Sunday.
Again, from above New York, as seen from the Fuji blimp, the hazy skyline of Manhattan. Yvonne Lendl to serve at 2-5 in the first set. With a right to advance to the finals, capture the $300,000 check. Julie goes to the winner. Face Boris Becker tomorrow.
When I was down with Steffi at the presentation, I said, when they give you the trophy, I'll hold your check. I'll keep the check. You can have the trophy. She said, So you can go for that.
You have an honest face. I don't know why not.
She knows I hang around with you.
That could be. A year ago, in the 1988 U.S. Open semifinal, this is what took place. Agassi won the first set, and then Lendl the next three. 30-love.
I remember in that match, or after that match, Agassi said, Lendl broke my serve in the second set. It was too tough to catch. And we're thinking, geez, Agassi won the first set, and so you lose it, get down an early break in the second. That doesn't mean you're out of the match. But he sort of felt that way. He is young. He's only 19, still learning.
Learned a lot already.
He's also earned a lot, over $1.2 million in just career earnings on the courts.
Game. Lendl.
Game to Lendl. That makes it 5-3. Agassi in the first. 5th ace for
Agassi
Ivan.
leads 5-3.
Makes it look easy. Good extension. Leaning into the court. See how both feet finish inside that baseline. That's something that Aaron Krickstein could work on. He sort of keeps that back leg back a lot of the time. So now it's crunch time. Agassi can hold. He wins the first set here and gets off to a good lead.
And if Lendl can break, they're back on serve.
15.
And he will not concede a set when he's just a breakdown.
Well, of course not. Plus, he knows he's in great shape. He can last. Wow. That's one of his favorite shots. On the run, on the forehand side. He gets around the outside of the ball and brings it back in. Watch the racket preparation. Well, that is something. Love 30, and Lendl gets to look at a second serve.
Love 40.
Just like that. Love 40.
Tony Roach.
Tony Roach, yeah.
What a great player he was. Some elbow problems short-circuited his career. Marvelous doubles player.
And like Billie Jean King is with Martina, he deflects so much of
40.
the attention off himself. When he speaks about helping Ivan, he says, the truth is he was ready to make an assault on the #1 position when we met. Says he has improved his game, but he probably would have had the same results whether or not I coached him. I don't believe
30,
that, but
40.
boy, so few coaches in this game are that humble. Have them go the other way.
Still a break point. 30-40.
Ball change. Agassi leads 5-4.
5-4 now, Agassi.
Sharp. When I say sharp, I mean
Business.
I mean
Technology on the cutting edge.
sharp.
Color technology, color scanners, printers, and copiers for high-impact presentation.
Sharp.
Laser fax technology, laser quick, laser clear.
I mean
Microtechnology, the wizard, the electronic organizer. Information at your command.
I mean
Technology on the cutting edge.
when I say sharp, I mean business.
We go above and beyond just like you, above and beyond what we have to do.
I'm a Prudential representative. When I talk to people about CDs and mutual funds, they're surprised at the wide range of investment opportunities I can offer.
You work hard, so do we, to make what you work for a reality. The Rock, the Prudential, above and beyond.
200 years ago, the only way to see Sydney Harbor was from the deck of a prison ship. Today, you can relax in the back of a water taxi as you cruise to Watson's Bay and Doyle's on the beach, where you can feast on everything from Sydney rock oysters to Tasmanian trout. But if you go, come early and bring your Visa Gold card. Because at Doyle's, they don't run their water taxi all night, and they don't take American Express. Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Season ticket holder watching the action on the outer courts, what there is of it.
Watching junior tennis outside. He likes to watch the kids play.
Tough to get in this place.
Here are some big guys playing in the stadium.
Lendl serving, trying to get even.
He got back on serve, and he feels a lot better.
Love. Love.
First serves obviously more productive than the second for Ivan Lendl. That would be the case with most players.
Yeah, but it's especially true against a power returner like Agassi, who now is inside the court. These people up.
Yep.
I think Agassi is surprised when he comes in and makes this smash. I don't think he thinks there's any way this is coming back. He was ready. To his credit, he kept those hands out in front. They made a very, very solid volley.
30-15.
40-15.
We were talking about Becker earlier, how he gets that first serve in when he's under pressure. This guy does it very well, too.
Well, it sure does. Always has.
Lendl. 5-all.
It is 5-all.
Now, I don't get the feeling that Andre has any particular game plan. It's just sort of wail on it. Now, I may be wrong, but I don't see a consistent effort to do one thing, just sort of hitting it hard. And I don't know that that's good enough to beat Lendl.
Lendl loves to hit against pace as well.
And he glides around the court so well. He gets there comfortably, not overplaying a lot of shots.
15-all.
4 aces for Andre Agassi.
All of a sudden, Andre making some unforced errors. Been out there almost 1 hour. First serve percentage identical. 47% for both of them.
30 all.
40-30.
This is the ace by Agassi on from the net cam. The camera, the small camera, is at the base of the net and the center line. And it was, as you could see, right on the line. Another good serve. Number 6.
Advantage, Agassi.
Both players winning just about the same on first and second serves, 75% on the first serves and 47% on their second serves.
Another one. 6-5.
Fuji videotape. Its only limitation is... Fuji videotape is... Fuji videotape. Its only limitation is... Fuji videotape! Its only limitation is your own imagination!
Despite being wonderful companions, my subject group scored low in all coordination skills, showed poor organization, and no decision-making abilities. Unless I can bridge the gap between us, this project will be canceled. Thank you. You're welcome.
If you're not watching movies on a Mitsubishi big screen television, you're missing the best part of the picture. Mitsubishi big screen TVs. Movies the way they were meant to be seen.
The Cowboys are back. Johnson, Aikman, Walsh, and Herschel start their attack in Cajun country. The NFL season premiere tomorrow.
At Summerall with Tony Trabert and Mary Carrillo. Andre Agassi leading 6-5 in the first set. Lendl serving, trying to get even and force a tiebreak. And the winner of this 15 match gets Boris Becker in the finals tomorrow.
That's no picnic.
Nope. If Lendl makes it, he would tie Bill Tilden's record.
Agassi's back to going all the way beyond the baseline to accept second serve.
He had some success with that early, then quit doing it.
all.
Match this set, a little bit over an hour old now. Hour and 4 minutes.
40-15.
Game to Lendl. The time for a tiebreak.
6-all.
Tiebreak set played, and that was Noah in his third set against Mancini. Actually, that was in the 16s. Some heavy pounding on the ground strokes. Lendl pulled fairly wide to his right, lingers in the forehand corner, and Agassi beats him down the line. We'll see what Agassi thinks of it. In the tiebreak, the first player to reach 7 with at least a 2-point advantage will be the winner.
But Lendl now gets 2 serves.
Tiebreak record in the Open. And against Lendl, who can chase down just about anything and return aggressively, you've got to be almost have to be a player like Agassi who's a potential shot maker. He dazzled in the first point of the tiebreaker by going for a winner, and I almost feel like he's got to do that because he's betting against the house if he's going to try to trade ground strokes with Lendl.
You're not really going to outsteady him, are you?
No way. You've got to go for your shots if you play the way Agassi's playing.
Ace number 6.
2-1. Lendl.
Ivan's parents.
His mom coached him for a while. She was a fine player in her own right in Czechoslovakia, but they just didn't get along at all, Lendl says. He thought she was too tough on him. She disagreed with what he believed should happen. And that was that.
Kids have a tendency.
Lendl, a lawyer, he played some ball too, but it was Olga who really got Lendl going at a very young age. She used to tether him to the net post while she played.
2-all.
Just say kids have a tendency not necessarily to like what their parents are telling them.
Yeah, I've noticed that myself.
Lendl.
Another huge ace by Agassi, and again, this is the ingredient that he didn't have a year ago against Lendl.
Yeah, we
the
didn't put
capacity
down
to hit that big first serve, the flat one.
We didn't put down as an ace because he got a touch on it. Good serving.
3-2. Agassi.
3-2 Agassi. Tie break in the first set.
Lendl even hears from his parents at Wimbledon, and they're trying to tell him how they think he should be playing. He takes the phone away from his ear and sometimes walks away from him and says, "Here, talk to Tony." And, of course, Tony doesn't speak Czech. They don't speak English. Lendl says, how do they know? How do they know how to play on grass? They've never played on it. So Tony very obligingly listens to him chatter away. And then he sort of interrupts him and says, it's me on the line. I think he's doing all right.
So after 6 points, the players change ends.
Still in the first set. 3-3 in the tiebreak.
Hour and 11 minutes. That's 7 aces for Lendl.
4-3. Lendl.
They've all held serve to this point. See where Agassi is, and he still couldn't get his racket on the ball. That's breaking it nice and wide. Even if he gets it back, he's so far out of position he can't do anything.
Second serve.
That's the first mini break. This is that last point. Lendl's flies long. Now Ivan has a chance to serve out this first set tiebreak because he's leading 5-4 and has 2 serves. If he wins these 2 points, it's his. I guess my advice to any player in a tiebreak would be to don't do anything flaky. Play the good percentage stuff.
That's what he usually does. There's that big serve on big point.
6-4. Lendl.
6 aces for Lendl.
Actually, that's 7 now.
7.
And he has 2 set points. Andre's standing inside the baseline to return this time instead of way back.
Game. First set.
Lendl takes the first set in a tiebreak. We'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station.
This is CBS. It's final clearance time on all 1989s at Tate Dodge and Tate Chrysler Plymouth in Glen Burnie.
Nobody has what Tate has.
On September 11th, Raymond Burr is going to take you to court as he hosts an all-new show. Get ready for Trial by Jury. Courtroom drama like you've never seen it before. Weekdays at 10, starting September 11th on Channel 11.
Annie wanted lots of children. Annie got her wish. Poor Annie. Now it's them against her. But this fall, Annie will finally show them who's the boss.
Who's the Boss? Weeknights at 11:30, starting Monday on Channel 11.
I believe in an eye for an eye. Punishing rapists. How severe should it be? I'm the next Monday at 4.
CBS Sports coverage of the United States Open Tennis Championships is sponsored by Merrill Lynch, a financial firm built on a tradition of trust. Mitsubishi Big Screen Televisions. This match would look better on a Mitsubishi. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. And by Perrier. Luckily, everything happened just right. It's perfect. It's Perrier.
The stadium at the National Tennis Center in Flushing Meadow, New York. Ivan Lendl has just won the first set, this men's semifinal.
That's really got to hurt Agassi's chances. He was way up in that first set, 4-1.
Quickly, please.
Had chances.
Thank you.
And Lendl just slowly, methodically, like he was chopping down a tree, took off and won that set.
To Leslie Visser right now.
Stand up, he says. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
See you later. Well, maybe we'll go tomorrow.
Thanks. I'm here with Rob Reiner down here who wants to sit down as quickly as he can. Rob, what brings you to a tennis match?
I'm a big fan. I love this game, and I love watching these matches. It was a great match early with Martina and Steffi. Martina, I thought, had her. She had 4-3 in the second set and was serving about 70% first serves and then couldn't get a first serve in. And she lost that game, opened the door for Steffi, and Steffi played a great match after that.
Are you a player we don't recall in All in the Family if you took to the tennis court?
No, not in All in the Family. I never played, but in life I do play. And now I'm causing Ivan Lendl to lose his concentration. So we better send it back to the people who are important.
Thank you, Rob. Back to you, Pat.
Thank you.
Rob Reiner and his buddy Billy Crystal, incredible sports fans. They really know their tennis.
Here is the NBA Commissioner David Stern, who's done such an outstanding job.
There was a football commissioner around here, too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Pete was here, Pete Rozelle.
Who doesn't want to be a football commissioner, but nobody can replace him.
Can't fill his shoes.
No.
Saw him yesterday at the hotel. Had a nice little chat.
30 love.
Ace number 8.
$53-1 at the U.S. Open when he wins the first set. That's scary.
Ominous.
40 love.
He is 1-2 is Andre Agassi when he loses the first set at the U.S. Open.
He hasn't played it too many times. Matter of fact, before he got to the semis last year, the year before that, 87, he'd lost in the first round.
Game to Lendl very quickly.
President attacked the budget deficit tonight in a speech.
Inflation concerns swept Wall Street today as reports.
The Dow Jones average seesawed all day, closing up.
The new administration's proposed budget puts less
Change,
emphasis on the
twists, turns, the unexpected. To protect your financial security, you have to trust someone who knows how to deal with change. Perhaps that's why investments with Merrill Lynch grew by $40 billion last year. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
What if an ancient wind had blown north instead of south? Or the glaciers had melted on Tuesday instead of Thursday? Suppose Jupiter had never aligned with Mars. There may never have been a place called Vergès, or a spring called Perrier. But luckily, everything happened just right. It's perfect. It's Perrier.
Can I buy it, Dad?
Your own car? Aren't you a little young?
Oh, just wait till you see how it handles.
You could be asking for trouble with a used car.
But it's in mint condition.
I'm still not sure it's worth it.
But, Dad, it's got a brand new set of Michelins.
Michelin's? Look, I've made a decision. Let's ask your mother.
discipline, because so much is riding on your tires.
Meet Walter Kellogg. He's got a little problem. He's got a big imagination, and it's coming to life on The People Next Door, premiering Monday, September 18th.
Agassi has won the first point of the second game of the second set.
He won it at the net as well. I think that's smart. I think he's got to shorten these points because Lendl's good enough, strong enough to chase down so many of his shots. Like that.
Oh, he's made a couple of those in this match. The secret is to have that racket ready when you arrive at the ball. If you don't prepare as you go, there's no way you can make that shot. It's the kind they write about in the textbook.
Yeah, it helps to arrive at the ball, too.
That do help.
15-30.
That's why we don't make many of those.
That's right.
Well, that's some good stuff by Lendl.
15-40.
2 break points.
He's really perked up these last couple of games just when he needed to. And what he can do, having won that tie break and with the break point here, he could effectively take 2 sets in about 10 minutes.
And also demoralize the...
I'm saying he could win 2 sets here just in a matter of 10 concentrated minutes.
This last shot's a little questionable in my mind. Trying to a heavily underspun drop shot. Watch the rackets. He's trying to cut right underneath it. Have it barely carry the net and back up. I have seen him make that shot.
That one was definitely a double hit, though.
Yeah, almost a triple hit. Still break point.
Too good.
2-love.
He leads 2-love now.
Lendl will take advantage of the opening right here. Agassi stayed to the left of the center line, so the cross court was open. The little topspin forehand paid off. I'll tell you what, asking the umpire to overrule on the far sideline is asking a whole lot.
There's no way you can do it.
Let's see what happens here. Andre thinks his shot was good. It was close.
It did look pretty good.
Yeah, it did.
Looked great.
30-love. Earlier today, Steffi Graf, 3 sets. Won the women's final. And Boris Becker before that. In straight sets over Aaron Krickstein. He'll play the winner of this match.
Terrific tournament for Krickstein. Get to the semis.
He didn't play badly at all against Becker.
And good experience. You know, he's 22 years old.
Oh, that was out. I really thought Lendl forehand was way off the court. I think that missed.
He's mumbling now. Yeah, the rule book says they don't overrule unless there's a clear mistake, so it's got to be fairly obvious.
Lendl leads 3-love. From ancient times, astronomers have defined an eclipse as the passage of a celestial body between the observer and the sun. Today, an eclipse is the passage of a celestial body with the observer in it. For personal exhilaration, an eclipse can eclipse an eclipse.
That ought to wake up the country club.
Tennis is a great game. All it takes is a little coordination. Footwork is important too. Plus, with tennis, the whole family can enjoy it together. Tennis is a game for everyone, even us.
And Herschel start their attack in Cajun country. The NFL season premiere tomorrow.
Throughout the tournament, we've had the capability to cover the action all over the National Tennis Center. That's in the grandstand.
We told him to drink plenty of water.
Yeah.
He might have forgotten what we said about what kind of fluid to put in there. That gentleman has taken charge, winning the tie break and leading 3-love. It is just one break.
Some of our friends have been in the truck too long. And I'm starting to get to know this chair pretty well.
I don't know, it really doesn't seem as though we'll be here much longer, though. Lendl has taken such firm control of this semifinal match.
Well, Lendl got off to a rather shaky start, Tony, but things have started to roll in his direction now.
From 1-4 down, he's played beautifully, and he's gotten it all together. He's such a solid guy. He's got the good shots. He runs well. He's tough mentally, and he's in control at this point.
Lendl plays the game with such scientific insistence. He trains so hard off the court. so terribly hard off the court and on, as a matter of fact. And he even does mental aerobics to toughen his mind.
Break point here for Lendl. Would take him to a 4-love lead in 2 breaks.
At the plane there. A couple of years ago, he thought he needed to improve his focus and concentration and met a psychologist, a story, who told her that he should try doing witnessing exercises.
Witnessing exercise? What is that?
Agassi did everything he could do, and it wasn't quite enough.
Advantage, Lendl.
This is the kind of play that Lendl would witness in his mind, taking charge of the point, getting to the net, finishing it early. And what he does exercises in his head, taking a small object or something and just trying to describe it out loud for 5 minutes, something small, you know, a bottle or a pen or something, describing every little thing about it. Just observing, so that when you're on the court and things are getting rough, you can take yourself away from the action and observe what's happening and very calmly say, well, I'm choking now, but I can get out of it. My feet are moving slowly, but now I can change it.
You mean all that's going on in his head now?
Well, no, on the court he doesn't bother with that. On the court, by going to his rituals, straightening the strings on his racket, going to his sawdust, taking his time. In that way, he's trying to focus and concentrate. All these little ticks he's got, all the moves he makes, is in an effort to focus and concentrate.
In the meantime, Agassi's got the advantage while he's doing all that.
Game to Agassi.
3-1.
Lendl still leads 3-1 in the second set. A reminder again, tomorrow, most of you will see the Cowboys at New Orleans with their 2 new quarterbacks. Also San Francisco at Indianapolis, the Rams Atlanta, Tampa Bay and Green Bay, and Phoenix at Detroit. Check your local listings. And a reminder, too, that it begins with the NFL today at 12:30 Eastern Time.
When you're confident, it all works.
I haven't seen that one.
Watch this. You go across the back of the ball, right to left, so that ball, when it lands, goes sideways out towards the doubles alley. I wonder if Roche taught him that one.
I don't think anyone's going to take credit for that.
No.
You ask him about it.
30 love.
Boy, Lendl's hitting the ball well now. Off the ground, big serving. Has 11 aces.
30-15.
Told you he's hitting it well.
That's all you had to do is say it.
But now, because of all this mental training he's done, for instance, he's trained himself to allow the negativity he feels to pass by judging the situation. Instead of judging the situation, just observing it. It's remarkable when you think about that. No wonder this guy wins so much. He's got everything covered.
Remarkable, all right.
Good heavy stuff there by Agassi.
30 all.
This is how well he has to play just to win points. There's good disguise. There's no way Lendl can tell in advance where he's going with this one right here. That gets him to 30 all.
30.
Lendl dictating the speed of the match. Takes plenty of time when he wants to. Now Agassi back away again. He's well behind the baseline. It's out.
And Lendl moves out to a 4-1 lead in the second set.
And now this tournament summary, sponsored by AT&T, the right choice.
And to summarize, Becker has advanced to his second Grand Slam final this year. Graf has won her second straight U.S. Open championship. And Lendl is trying to tie Bill Tilden's record of 8 straight finals. He's on his way now.
Did you know that there's only one company that's willing to stand behind its 800 service and guarantee that your calls get through? We have a new AT&T 800 assurance policy which says the call must get through. If you're using AT&T's basic 800 service and all of a sudden there's a problem and you're not getting your calls, well, we can start to send those same calls to a regular telephone line right there in your office, and we can do that within an hour, guaranteed, get you back in service. We can probably do it quicker.
Good evening. Tonight we'll shine the CBS spotlight on Major Dad.
Major Dad is a new half-hour comedy about opposites attracting. Nice kids.
That man has no hair.
You ever whack him? You put this sort of straight-laced, by-the-book, button-down Marine with a house full of women who are completely undisciplined. The possibilities of comedy, I think, are endless.
Get ready for Gerald McCraney as Major Dad, coming Mondays this fall on CBS.
Ivan Lendl leading 4-1.
Thank you.
Second set, he won the first in a tiebreak.
Very workmanlike job by Lendl. Again, trailed 1-4 in the first set, and he worked his way back into that set, won the tiebreak, 7 points to 4, and now he has Agassi serving at 1-4 in the second, and he just wants the steamroller going.
I really think Agassi needed this match, too. A lot of people thought that in the last round when he beat Connors in 5 sets and had his first 5-set ever win in his career, it was some kind of rite of passage for him. I really disagree with that. I think he should have, a year ago he beat Connors in straight sets, and I think he was playing well enough to do that the other day. It's this match he needed.
Love 30.
Getting in more trouble here at love 30. You know, when I watch Agassi play, the frustrating part is how many points he seems to give away. He just tries to make low percentage things. Some shots like this make him want to try bigger and greater ones. He's inside the baseline there. Had Lendl on defensive. Good time to go for it.
He has got flair, hasn't he? Really, just in terms of his shot-making ability, his strokes, he does things to the ball that so few people can. He's still got to learn how to win. He is young. You can only hope that that will come in time.
30 all. Lendl has a break point now.
Give him 2 breaks and take him to 5-1 lead, serve him for the second set if he can get this one.
Game. Lendl.
5-1. The harder Agassi hits it, it comes back harder.
And Lendl's so good at using the speed that Agassi gives him. And it's impressive how gracefully and how easily Lendl gets to most of those balls.
Thank you.
He's deceptively fast.
Quiet, please.
I imagine those lights will be on in a few minutes.
Fifteen left.
Number 12.
love.
13 and counting. 3 set points now for Lendl.
Game. Second set.
What a strong service game for Lendl, who wins the second set 6-1.
We've paid so much money for so long. Maybe the time has come for sanely priced luxury cars and a new set of luxury values, not based on what you can afford to pay, but on what's reasonable to expect in terms of performance and comfort. That's a new concept in luxury cars. It's called infinity.
Before the twins, she used to lunch at her favorite restaurant, walk the dog, load up the shopping cart, go to the park, really use the city. And look, so beautiful. I was always taking her picture. I guess having kids can change everything, if you let it.
Every day, someone new switches to Fujifilm. Fuji, a new way of seeing things.
You have a natural, unconscious rhythm when you drive, a flow of intentional and unintentional movement as you settle in behind the wheel and accelerate to cruising speed, as you tune the radio and grip the steering wheel. Now, a true luxury car can anticipate those movements, accommodate them, respond easily and predictably to them. That's the nature of infinity.
You're on the front lines in the war against crack. What will the next 48 hours be like? Return to Crack Street, a special season premiere Thursday.
Inside the television truck, a lot of things to keep track of.
They got a lot of television sets in there, don't they?
Yeah.
There's a guy that keeps track of everything.
He leads 2 sets to love. When he has won the first 2 sets here at the U.S. Open, he has never lost. They have just begun to turn on the lights atop the stadium, and Lendl is about to turn out the lights on the stadium court.
Correction. Ball is good. Replay point.
Tomorrow at 4 o'clock, a reminder that the winner of this match will play Boris Becker in the men's final. 4 o'clock. After the NFL.
Boy, the last time Ivan Lendl and Boris Becker played in New York at the Masters last year, that was one of the great 5-sitters I've ever seen. Becker finally won it. Last point. 33 rally point that hit the net and went over. Amazing stuff.
Oh! 15 love.
That was a tough way to lose a major title.
Oh, man. But it was a big deal for Becker. Then he followed that up by helping Germany win Davis Cup over Sweden. And those 2 teams are in the finals again this year.
30 love.
In fact, the 2 best matches I've seen Andre Agassi play this year. One was against Becker Cup 5-sitter that Agassi lost. And the other was Canadian Open where Agassi played Lendl, 3-sitter. And again, unfortunately, Agassi lost. He's got to win one of those big matches. He's got to come through.
Game to Agassi.
First game.
The first game of the 3rd set.
If you don't like the looks of your car, shoot it with Son of a Gun from STP. Shoot the dash, seats, tires, and roof. Son of a Gun protected. Man, what a difference.
It's 32 degrees, and Jan Trumpeter is learning all about her antifreeze. The hard way.
What is happening to me?
Don't push your luck. Guarantee it with Advanced Formula Prestone.
Thousands of years ago, the world was introduced to a vehicle that could hold plenty of cargo and travel in some of the worst weather. This year, history repeats itself. The new 4-wheel drive Subaru Legacy wagon. After thousands of years, man still can't improve the weather, only the way he travels through it. See your Subaru dealer for details on the special value lease program.
What's the difference? It takes too long to learn to use a computer.
Wrong. Deskmate makes the difference with graphics that guide you.
Learning new software is like starting over.
Not now. Deskmate uses the same plain English commands with different programs like load a spreadsheet for Deskmate.
A computer? I wouldn't know what to do.
Now you will. Deskmate makes the difference.
Deskmate is simple.
It's PC compatible. Deskmate is even easier on Tandy computers.
The friendly face in the PC crowd at Radio Shack and participating dealers.
Back at the stadium court, the National Tennis Center. Johan Lendl serving at love 1 in the third set. He's up 2-0.
He's got a vice-like grip on Agassi. He doesn't want to let it go, so he's got to be careful. Doesn't let his serve slip away here. And give Andre the feeling to get back in the match.
Done, and Agassi came out of the blocks looking so much more alert, so much keener off that last changeover. So this could be a very big game for Andre. He said about his year that he had lost the ability to dig deep, and he was back. Let's see if he comes up with it. Mental stamina is what's made the greatest so great. Jimmy Connors, Chris Evert. She was no flash in the pan.
Love 30.
And this man will leave behind a legacy of mental stamina as well.
Yeah, they used to call him a choker, a quitter.
That's right.
Got to the finals here 3 years in a row and lost.
He turned from a choker to a champion.
Yep.
1984 French Open
30.
final against John McEnroe. He'd never won anything of import. McEnroe was way up. 2 sets and a break. Lendl won that one, and it changed his life, changed his career, surely. Never looked back. And he was one of only 3 men to beat John McEnroe in 1984. McEnroe's most glorious year. You know who the other 2 were?
Nope.
Big chance for Agassi, and the fans are trying to get him back in this match. He lost 3 times, John McEnroe. One was to Lendl in Paris. One was to Vijay Armitage, first round of Cincinnati. And one was to Henrik Sundström, Davis Cup final, Sweden. And that was that.
Right here, 2 break points for Agassi.
He tried another lob.
30, 40.
I think that's what that was. Badly shanked. He framed that ball badly.
Here's another look.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be a lob.
Yeah, probably. Either that or the hard roll, the extra spin to dip it real quickly. Still a break point for Agassi.
Deuce.
solid enough.
It ain't art, but it ain't bad, is it? Andre's brother Phil, sitting next to Nick Bollettieri, Andre's coach from the time he was 13.
From 1540 down, he now has the advantage.
Agassi made his own call on this one, and it was well out.
Deuce.
One of Agassi's big things last year was his interaction with the crowd. He said it's tougher to do it here because the crowd's so far away. That's age number 15. And I think that did help him because he could relax and he could sort of have some fun. And this area is not conducive to that.
And at 7.661, he can't be having too much fun anyway.
Good.
1-all.
Game for Lendl. 1-all. Third set. Nebraska rolled over Northern Illinois. Oklahoma beat Baylor. Virginia over Penn State. Syracuse beat up on Temple. The Pirates beat the Mets to 5. Cardinals leading the Cubs 2-1 in the 8th.
Love 15.
And Oakland shut out the Yankees to stop their winning streak.
Was it 8 or 9?
9.
Yeah. Amazing how smart the manager gets when the team starts hitting.
He gets a contract.
Yeah, he got another year, didn't he?
Yeah. Steffi Graf won the women's final earlier this afternoon over Martina Navratilova. And before that, Boris Becker got into the finals, the men's final, by beating Aaron Krickstein. And that final will be tomorrow at 4 o'clock here on CBS after the NFL.
Second seed Becker attempting to become the first West German to capture the U.S. Open title. Way back in 1937, Gottfried von Kram got to the final but lost to Don Budge 5 sets. Unless Ivan Lendl loses to Andre Agassi, Becker 21 years old, is the youngest male player to ever reach the U.S. Open final since McEnroe did it in '80, which says something. Teenagers win the French in Wimbledon.
Agassi.
We had a little party down in Berkeley. There was Harry, there was Mary, there was Grace. Oh, we had a little party down in Berkeley. And we had to carry Harry from the place. For the old blues, for the old blues. The news and the cry, we're off to do or die for the old blues.
The BMW 3 Series is why some enthusiasts are more enthusiastic than others.
200 years ago, the only way to see Sydney Harbor was from the deck of a prison ship. Today, you can relax in the back of a water taxi as you cruise to Watson's Bay and Doyle's on the beach, where you can feast on everything from Sydney rock oysters to Tasmanian trout. But if you go, come early and bring your Visa Gold card. Because at Doyle's, they don't run their water taxi all night, and they don't take American Express. Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Small business is America's future. A recent report on
the Commerce Department said the demand for durable goods totaled 100.
The Small Business Administration foresees the increase.
Running a growing business is no small job.
We'll be here.
Managing working capital, financing, pension plans, and retirement planning.
That is right.
Today, growing businesses can look to Merrill Lynch for a wide range of services to help them achieve that most elusive goal, success. Merrill Lynch, a tradition of trust.
Get ready for Tim Reed and Daphne Maxwell Reed as one curious couple looking into murders and looking after each other. There's Snoops, premieres Friday, September 22nd.
Sunset of the New York Harbor. Statue of Liberty, of course. Ivan Lendl
15
has a 2-set lead over Andre Agassi. Agassi leads in this set 2-1.
That's Lendl's 16th ace. Pretty good effort.
Great effort from 13-year-old Jennifer Capriati. She won Joanne Fall, who's one of the brightest young prospects in all of Australia, and years older than Capriati. Next, great American hope on the women's side.
Such a nice young gal.
But going back to the guys, it just shows you. Yeah, we watched a 17-year-old Michael Chang win the French Open, and Boris Becker at 17 won Wimbledon. But you got to be a little more grown up to win at the Open. All these distractions, this crazy stadium that goes on and on forever, 2 weeks on hard courts in New York City. That's a tough room right there to work if you're a little kid. I think Lendl's trying to drive that point home to his opponent tonight.
It's 30-15.
There's 3 points won on Lendl's serve in the second set.
Being pretty stingy. He really is serving big time. Not only with the aces, but just the length, the quality of the serves. Awful lot of action on it. Fine depth, direction. Got all kinds of pace on it, too.
Game. Lendl. 2-all.
2-2.
He wants a break. You don't want to be going on 3-3, 4-4 kind of thing, and then all of a sudden Agassi can get hot, hit a couple winners, and get you in trouble.
30 love.
Good preparation here by Agassi. Takes his chance. Ooh. I say, ooh, no one can get to that one when it hit that hard and that close to the sideline.
40 love.
Third double. Agassi's served 8 aces and 3 double faults. Lendl 17 aces and 3 double faults.
40-15 now. In the third set.
You want to go to the Super Bowl, right? Right. You don't want to fly. You want to ride on the bus with me, right? Right. Then you got to move from regular Pepsi to Diet Coke. Why? And 100% NutraSweet. Now, come on. It's thirst down. So when the Diet Coke Madden move on, a trip, a party, what are you going to do?
Look for Madden anywhere you buy Diet Coke and caffeine-free Diet Coke. And win a trip to the Super Bowl.
The move is on to Diet Coke.
For all of life's celebrations, in all of love's languages, only a diamond says forever.
Sharp, the only 12-to-1 zoom camcorder. That's who. Sharp, so fully automatic, just turn it on and shoot. The Sharp 12-to-1 zoom camcorder. That's who. While most camcorders stop here, only the Sharp 12-to-1 zoom keeps zooming all the way to here. Beautiful, even in low light. Sharp, the only 12-to-1 zoom. Nobody gets you closer to the ones you love than Sharp. From Sharp Minds come Sharp products.
The Hurricanes from Miami will be tough again, it looks like. 51-3, not over yet. That's the final. Colorado over Colorado State, 45-20. And Washington beat Texas A&M. Colorado, by the way, plays Illinois next week here on CBS.
All of a sudden, Lendl making a few unforced errors.
He sure is. He's letting Agassi back into this third set. And Agassi would do well to take advantage right here.
Love 30.
Good running catch by the center fielder.
15-30.
This guy's just tough. He can hit it in any direction. He's always ahead 2 sets. And on serve at 2-3. He doesn't want to get careless. 15-30. Number 18.
30.
You folks have departed?
Yeah. Lendl holds. It's 3-all. Third set. The Fuji Blimp looking down. Piloted today by Mary Sink from Roanoke, Virginia.
Please.
Looking at Manhattan.
It's not a great name if you're a blimp pilot.
No. Or a swimmer.
Or a plumber.
Love 15.
Mary, have you ever tried to hit a ball two-handed?
Yeah.
Do you get any pace on it at all?
I didn't grow up with the right kind of two-handed grips. When I do it, it's so poor, so contrived.
Yeah.
I have trouble even now. I grew up with wooden rackets. I have trouble trying to hit power grips, with power grips.
Shot.
15-all.
In my wildest dreams, I wouldn't know how to generate that kind of pace. I don't have a big racket grip, big racket attitude.
Yeah.
What about you?
I try to demonstrate it when I do clinics with people, and I couldn't crush an egg two-handed.
Talk about big rackets. If you play, Andre Agassi grew up on the big racket. And if you're a big racket player, and look at Michael Chang, it means that your strengths tend to be your return of serve, passing shots. It's a great topspin racket. People think big rackets means you have a bigger serve, but it's the return of serve that is most helped. The passing shots, the the defensive play. And Ivan Lendl, despite this experimentation, still hasn't found a big racket he likes. He uses one of the smallest heads in the business.
Why
that
should he
frame
change?
he's got. Yeah, really. Well, he keeps trying. You know, he'd love a larger sweet spot if he could find one, but right now he's sticking with this.
Game.
Game to Agassi. He leads 4-3 in the third.
You are connected to the car. The car is connected to an engine, a suspension system. The car fits in the road, which fits in the landscape. And when all of this, the will of the driver, the ability of the car, the feel of the road, when all of that is one thing together, then you get a sense, a true idea of luxury, infinity.
You're going to like it here. You got a great team behind you.
You sure can't complain about the money.
You putting that bonus to work?
I don't know.
Call my Prue Beige broker.
Rock solid.
Prudential Beige Securities, rock solid, market-wise.
What NEC does with their computers is interesting. What you do with them, even more so. NEC Computers and Printers. We're making things better for you.
What is luxury? Is it something expensive? Or is it something that gives you satisfaction? Something that impresses somebody else, or is it something that impresses you? We have some new ideas on this subject, and if you have some time, we'd like to share them with you. Infinity.
For some people, raising 3 kids can be a zoo. I had to raise 3 kids and run a zoo.
Lindsay Wagner's Peaceable Kingdom, premiering September 20th.
We're talking zoo.
Quiet, please.
At the National Tennis Center, a men's semifinal, Lendl and Agassi. We are, by the way, about to run out of our allotted time, which is 7 o'clock Eastern Time. But we will stay till the conclusion of the match.
Lendl has to be careful in this situation. He's starting to make some mistakes, and the last thing you want to do is give a guy that you've had down and out the feeling that he can get back into the match.
No flash photography, please. All.
19 aces in 2.5 sets.
That's a lot.
Particularly against a guy that has good ground strokes.
Great return. That's what Agassi's known for.
Jumped up nice and high on Lendl.
15-30.
He let it get behind him a little bit. Little trouble brewing here. He's got to really be careful.
Quiet, please.
First serve percentage.
I thought Lendl was serving better than that.
I did too.
That's pretty common of Lendl to be around the 50 mark. That's about where he always is.
This is just what I was alluding to. If you want to see a great drop shot, this baby barely clears the net. It was a little higher than you would like it, but it landed so short, no one could have gotten there. Watch this.
Quiet, please.
Good for him.
Two break points for Agassi. Give him a 5-3 lead, and he'd be serving for the third set.
That came so out of nowhere. Lendl looked at him as if to say, "Are you crazy?"
Well, that's the thing. That's with this guy, Agassi. Now he might rip a forehand past you, and you're down your break.
Got his break. Agassi leads it 5-3.
Only the second time Agassi's been able to break Ivan Lendl. Playing the crowd up a little bit, too.
Thank you.
I could just feel that coming, just lulled into just nothing in that third set for a while. Ace number 9. Agassi's service motion.
Quiet, please.
I wonder if he thought he was going to make that shot.
That's like us missing a 40-foot putt, a snake, and then shaking our heads. Can't understand how we couldn't make that. Another good first serve. And it's 2 set points for Agassi.
40-15. Quiet, please. Thank you.
Four double faults. We told you earlier that Lendl leads their head-to-head series 5-0, but 4 of those 5 matches, Agassi won a set. He has a set point here.
Third set. Agassi, 6-3.
Agassi wins the third set, 6-3.
Here's what Agassi thinks of it.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open in just a moment.
If you have teenagers, I'm asking you to have a very difficult talk with them. Not about sex. For a lot of us, that would be easy compared to drugs. Drugs like cocaine and crack. But you must talk to them about drugs. If you don't talk about it, if you don't fight it, why should they? The idea of your kids using cocaine or crack ought to scare you to death. So please, learn about it and talk about it.
Is your baby smoking? Most people aren't aware of this, but if you or someone in your household is smoking, then your baby is smoking too. And babies who breathe tobacco smoke are twice as likely to have respiratory problems. So show your love by letting every breath your baby takes be as pure as the first. Please don't smoke. There's a baby in the house.
When Friend fell, he called for help. But the only ones there were ignorance, incompetence, indifference. Friend called for help again. Confusion came instead. At last, help came. Help knew what to do. In times of emergency, are you help? Learn Red Cross First Aid. Work or call your local chapter.
Moon over the stadium at the National Tennis Center in Flushing Meadow, New York. Ivan Lendl will start serving, leading 2-1.
When we started, there was sun.
Yeah. I remember.
I would be surprised if Lendl doesn't get off to a very quick start in this set.
If you happen to have joined us late, here's what happened earlier. Steffi Graf came from behind to beat Martina Navratilova. And Boris Becker will be in tomorrow's
40
final against the winner of this.
The first two sets of the Martina-Steffi final, those are about two of the best sets I've ever seen.
Remarkable.
First serve. Forty, 15.
Copy. Copy. I need jacket.
Game Lendl. First game, fourth set.
So Lendl wins first game, fourth set.
You have an unconscious rhythm when you drive, a flow of intentional and unintentional movement as you settle in behind the wheel and accelerate to cruising speed, as you tune the radio and grip the steering wheel. Now, a true luxury car can anticipate those movements, accommodate them, respond easily and predictably to them. That's the nature of infinity.
We recognize how important every 800 caller is to your business. We recognize that. And if for some reason there's a disruption in that service, we know you can't afford to be out of business. We have a new AT&T 800 assurance policy. If you're not getting 800 calls for any reason, if it's an equipment failure, if it's a problem with the network, it doesn't matter to us. What matters to us is getting your calls to you. We guarantee we'll put you back in service to a working telephone line within an hour. That's what the assurance policy does for you.
We help more Americans go to college, and we issue more MasterCard and Visa cards than any other company. We also serve millions of customers in every major marketplace worldwide. We're Citicorp and Citibank, America's largest financial services company. Whatever financial success you hope to achieve, whether it's business or personal, we can help you do it, and do it better than anyone else. Citicorp, because Americans want to succeed, not just survive.
Ivan Lendl, Andre Agassi.
No flash.
Lendl has won the first game of the fourth set.
Thank you.
I think he started coasting a little too soon.
Yeah, he certainly did. I just sort of feel it getting close. I mean, nothing was happening at the start of the third set. And Agassi's a kind of guy that hits a couple winners on you, and boy, all of a sudden he's got a service break.
Love off the TV.
It's going to be tough to keep that up, though. Lendl likes his position. Now he knows that Agassi's still out there with him, and I think now he's really going to try to shut him down in the fourth.
See this being a quick set?
I would think so again, only because Ivan is probably kicking himself that he lost that last one.
30.
But he's donating an awful lot of points to Agassi in this last half hour or so. And Andre has been alert enough to take advantage of it. He's also got some fans here pulling for him. That won't help. That won't hurt his effort. Again, keep in mind, Agassi does not have the on him. He can swing away. He can go for his shots.
Ivan Lendl, seated number one. Quarterfinals on. Lendl beat Mayotte. Agassi eliminated Connors. Becker beat Noah, and then Krickstein. And Krickstein beat Berger, who had the default.
Game, Agassi, golf champion.
Lendl's walking over to change rackets. He changes he changes his rackets with each ball change so that the tension is exactly the same.
Their head-to-head record. That's the score. Lendl leads 5-0. Never lost the U.S. Open semifinal. And if he gets into the finals, he will tie Bill Tilden's record of consecutive years getting into the finals.
Quiet, please.
Tilden did it back in the 20s, so it gives you an idea how tough it is because no one's been able to do it since.
It's quite an accomplishment. We're 1-all in the fourth.
Lendl's gone to sleep a few times. He's a heavy hitter. Both these guys are, as you can tell, so you're going to get some unforced errors.
15 all.
15 all. Fourth double against 20 aces.
All you've got to do is stop racing to the ball quite as quickly. You don't get to set up as well as you have been in the past. And because your footwork has gone slightly down, you start drawing errors.
15 all.
I'm just saying Lendl did get a little sluggish looking out there.
I think it might have been a little complacent, too.
Yeah.
If I got 2 sets and I'm home free now, I'm okay.
But again, against Agassi's pace, boy, if you don't get to the ball early enough, you're hitting it back defensively.
This set, that first serve has really dramatically dropped down to 27%.
Third set wasn't too good either, 38. Agassi's also dropped down. Tony Roach trying to act nonchalant. Break point now, so things are starting to tighten up.
Deuce.
Pretty good effort just to get to that ball, just to get it back over the net. Lendl by that point had an easy volley winner. Pretty good pressure serving,
yep.
Isn't it?
Down the break point, got that big serve in. If he hadn't been able to do that, he could be down 2-1.
Didn't we see this about 40 hours ago with Boris Becker coming up with it when he needed to?
Good one at that.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open in just a moment.
Every woman knows that a good diet, medical care, and exercise can make you look and feel better. It's a good idea at any age. But there comes a time when taking care of yourself is not just for looks. After age 55, a woman's risk of heart attack triples. Find out what you can do today. Call the American Heart Association.
A good meal. Most of us take it for granted. But for millions of Americans, it's something they seldom see. Fortunately, though, Second Harvest will help. Second Harvest is a national network of food banks dedicated to feeding hungry Americans. but it needs your support. So please, contact the Second Harvest member near you. After all, isn't America one place where no one should live in hunger?
Because, Dad, at this time of day, which is, of course, the best time to catch them, we still have to know where to find them. And it looks like the book was right again.
So, Kelly, where'd you get this book?
At the library.
The best gift you'll ever give your child? A library card. A message from the American Library Association and your local library.
Back at the stadium at Summerall with Tony Trabert and Mary Carrillo. Lendl up 2-1 in set number 4.
That wasn't exactly being a slave to percentages, was it?
No.
By the baseline, he tries some goofy drop shot.
Love 30.
Second serves, he's winning just half the points.
It was a strange-looking effort.
Yeah. Say, if this thing stays close in this fourth set, it'll be nervous time. Two-break points now for Ivan Lendl, who really would like to stem this flow a little bit and get this service break and get ahead in this fourth set.
Especially if he's worrying about coming back on this court in less than 24 hours, playing Boris Becker. You know, it's going to be a tough one. I wonder if that's what he was thinking about.
Lendl.
When he really went off in that third set.
Fifth double fault, and it's a service break.
Don't forget, tomorrow the NFL begins its 70th season. Most of you will see the Cowboys at the New Orleans Saints. 49ers at Indianapolis, the Rams at Atlanta, Buccaneers at Green Bay, Phoenix Cardinals at Detroit. The NFL today, of course, begins at 12:30 Eastern Time. 3-1 Lendl, fourth set. I think it's nap time.
He said, where'd my mommy go? If he's been out here as long as we have, he should be tired, huh?
I agree. We're in our 9th hour. Tenth set.
30 love.
And there have been some more.
not that easy. Lendl gets to the top of the bounce. He's inside the baseline, but he still has to have the courage to pull the trigger. And he's successful at that, so he's serving at 40 love, trying to stretch his lead to 4-1 in the fourth set, and he leads 2-1.
And he accomplishes that. Lendl leads 4-1 in the fourth.
Lendl leads 4-1.
Okay. Most days this business is a lot of fun, but today it's giving me a splitting headache. For this kind of pain, I don't take aspirin or Tylenol anymore. Today I go straight to Advil. One Advil is usually enough, but for a really tough headache, it's 2 Advil, and that pain will be history. And Advil is gentler to my stomach than aspirin. I like that. Advil makes my job a lot easier. Advil, tablets and caplets, advanced medicine for pain.
When you fly in United, you're probably not aware of the 60,000 professionals working to make your trip easy, or the way our new advanced terminals speed you on your way. Just as when you use the American Express card, you're not really thinking about all the services that make frequent business flyers rated best for travel and entertainment. You don't notice these things because they're there, but you would notice them if they weren't.
You wonder whatever happened to luxury cars. Once they were for an elite few, and now they're as common as peas. They rise and fall on the promise of status and prestige. But you know, they leave room for the next generation. A new vision, more idealistic. The time has come, the walrus said. The time has come. Infinity.
Get ready. You could win a TV, Dodge Caravan, or Dream Vacation. Watch CBS to match the numbers in your Kmart circular. The CBS Kmart Get Ready giveaway starts September 17th.
I'm ready.
Love 15.
Lendl leads it 4-1. Love 15. Agassi serving. That's the situation. Lendl won the first 2 sets. Agassi won the third. And Yvonne seems in command of the fourth.
Love 30.
Agassi in a little more trouble here now. He just obviously can't afford to get down 2 breaks.
Love 40.
3 break points now for Lendl.
Still a break point. Agassi got the good serve in.
That was long.
Game. Lendl.
And that was long. 5-1 Lendl. Tonight on CBS, a reminder, begins with the Woodstock special, followed by Tour of Duty,
Keep your
and
seats,
then West
please.
57.
Thank you.
That's tonight.
Quiet, please.
After this match is concluded.
Thank you. Quiet, please.
Yvonne's lady friend Samantha saying, you know, 1 more and we can get home for dinner.
And feed the dogs. They have 6.
Quiet, please.
So Lendl now serving for the match at 5-1. Two hours and 52 minutes. they've been on court.
Over-30. 15 all.
Points from moving into the final for the 8th time in a row and tying Bill Tilden's record.
To face Boris Becker.
Points for Lendl. Yvonne's parents in the second row there.
Quiet, please. Thank you. Quiet, please.
Before this final set started, or this set started, Mary Carrillo said, I think I see a 6-1 set coming up.
Stays alive. This was not an easy overhead. Seeing running to his right, that is a tough overhead.
Thank you.
The fact that you're still moving and moving off to your right makes it very, very difficult. He did that beautifully, but it's still match point Lendl. We'd like to register ace number 21 here and head for the locker room.
Lendl. 2 hours and 56 minutes it took.
Tomorrow's continuing session will begin here in the stadium at 1 p.m. At which time we'll have the...
Let's go down now to Tim Ryan.
Okay, Pat, so Yvonne Lendl is through to the final, and the number 1 seed will take on Boris Becker tomorrow afternoon. Let's bring you up to date on some other activity today as we await the player interviews out at courtside. In baseball, the Cubs defeated St. Louis in 10 innings, 3-2, and so they've widened their lead over the Cardinals to a game and a half. The Mets lost earlier today. They're 3.5 out. Tomorrow, the National Football League season gets underway with regular season play, and here on CBS, most of you will see Dallas at New Orleans. And elsewhere, games that will be seen, San Francisco at Indianapolis. Should be an interesting game there. The Rams at Atlanta, and then Tampa Bay at Green Bay, and some of you will see Phoenix at Detroit. Check the local listings. It all begins with the NFL today at 12:30. Now, football activity will be followed by the men's championship final at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. It's Lendl and Becker. And let's go out to courtside and Mary Carrillo.
Yvonne Lendl, your 8th straight final never really seemed in doubt except for that third set. What was that one all about?
Well, Andre was running me around a lot, and I have been a bit nervous before the match, so I spent a lot of energy in the first set because I haven't been playing well, and I had to fight it out, and I paid for it a little bit in the third set, but I knew if I hang out there that...
Before you choose a body shop to paint your car, have they painted more than 5 million cars? Can they deliver this kind of work at a price you're willing to pay? And do they back their work in writing? If you don't know, you better get Mako.
Introducing Hershey's Genuine Chocolate Drink. Naturally nutritious with that unmistakable Hershey taste. The chocolate box new from Hershey.
Freedent's the one. If you've got dental work, you've got 3 great reasons to chew Freedent. You know, Freedent won't stick to your dental work, and Freedent keeps your breath fresh. But maybe you didn't know Freedent moistens your mouth, too. So if you hate a dry mouth like I do, chew Freedent.
Freedent's the one that took the stick out of gum, and Freedent moistens your mouth. Yeah, moistens your mouth, and freshens your breath while you chew.
Non-stick Freedent moistens your mouth and freshens your breath.
Only one cheese can stop the de-cheesing of America's pizzas. Polly-O string cheese. Pure.
Space Ace.
Honey is, huh?
Saturday, southwest wind 10 to 15 knots, the waves 1 to 2 feet. Saturday night, southwest wind 10 knots or less, the waves 1 foot or less. Low water temperatures near 50, high tides at Fort McHenry will occur on Saturday at 4:56 a.m. and 6:10 p.m. Along the Atlantic coast from Cape
Fromberg, who won it in 3 sets. Pretty good percentages for him to win a match off the first set. Of course, most of his matches have been best of 3. This is a best of 5 set match. Worried look on his face. He just is not able to get the winners that I think he expected to be able to generate. He has his record in 5 set matches this year, 1-1.
Great serve from Fromberg there. It's only his second ace. I think Australia felt that this was the best draw for them. A man that has not played Davis Cup, his first time out there. You don't have time to get nervous when you got to front up and start it off. And he has started well.
Taking a look good.
Dr. Zart got a little piece of it.
Did look good, didn't it? Yeah. And as soon as he hit it, Pat Cash, who's just beside me, said clean ice.
Fromberg wants Bruno Ribot to get down and check it. He probably won't do that, though.
First set, but the first game of set 2. We'll be back.
For four-wheel drives, for on-road or off, Baltimore picks Packer. Al Packer Ford at Isuzu on Bel Air Road. Al Packer is Baltimore's winter four-wheel drive center, with prices starting at just $11,990 and no payments for 4 months. Pick from a great selection of 91 Ford four-door Explorers or an all-wheel drive Aerostar. Pick a 91 Isuzu Rodeo or an Isuzu Trooper from $11,990 and no payments for 4 months. Al Packer Ford and Isuzu, Bel Air Road.
For over 3 decades, the Watsons family has supplied our area with Christmas cheer. At their Lutherville Christmas Wonderland, you'll find trees, wreaths, unique gifts and displays, a greenhouse chock full of holiday plants and flowers. Floral designers at Watson's Creation Corner will personalize your centerpiece with a design of fresh or silk flowers. With so many unique products and services to get your home ready for Christmas, you'll find that everyone shops at Watson's. Shouldn't you?
So Fromberg of Australia has surprised just about everybody here. He's won the first set against Andre Agassi, the number 4 player in the world, best player in the USA, man who got to the final of the French Championships and the US Open. He also won the ATP Tour World Championship indoors on a fast surface. But he is trailing a set and 1 game to love against Fromberg.
Still a long way to go. Davis Cup matches are best of 5 sets, tiebreaker in the first 4, and then they play it out in the 5th. This match certainly not over yet, but the Australians feeling a little more comfortable.
Ready to play.
But indoors at Florida's Suncoast Dome in St. Petersburg.
From 5-4-40 love, Andre was really working the points, and then from then on, he hasn't worked 1 point. He went back to ending the points too short.
15 love. We're indoors on red clay. There was a lot of controversy about that.
15.
Ended up being made 95% of crushed brick from a plant city just east of Tampa.
It's Agassi's best shot too, because he can flatten that out. He gets right over the top of the ball and he flattens that forehand out. When you hit across your body, cross court, you can't do that. You don't get the same result.
We've played 11 games, and that's one of the first real big forehands we've seen from him.
So he has come back often, as you can tell, after losing the first set.
That's an outstanding percentage from coming back from the first set.
And 2-1 in Davis Cup.
Better in Davis Cup.
Well, it's 5 sets. That makes a difference.
That shows he's no quitter by any means. People used to say he's a quitter. I've never seen it.
Well, now you've seen him quit
in Davis Cup. You have.
But
Brad, even Agassi admitted that last year he quit in a lot of matches. He said, in my head, my year was over in February of 1981.
But that was then. This is now.
Well, exactly. I mean, you had to have seen him last year give up on matches. I mean, it's a reputation he's tried very, very hard to fight this year.
Successfully. Grand Slam Cup, which will be played in December. The culmination of the year's play in Grand Slam events, qualify by winning or doing well in Grand Slam tournaments. It's a 16-man knockout competition. Andre Agassi qualified, but during the ATP finals in Frankfurt, he said he changed his mind and he was going to pull out. We have an update on that story for you. First of all, Brad, what was your reaction to his pulling out?
Well, I was surprised that he entered to begin with and then pulled out so quickly right after, he had entered the event. But if you're ever going to pull out of an event, what a place to do it at the ATP Masters where, there was a lot of publicity all around the world.
Love 30. Agassi, 1 game on.
$6 million in prize money, $8 million, $2 million going to junior development around the world, $6 million to the players, $2 million to win it. Big bucks.
That is long 3 break points for Andre Agassi, $100,000 just to show.
No, it's 30-15.
Excuse me, 30-15.
It's a little different than Love 40, huh?
Boy, I should say. I beg your pardon, it was 30 Love instead of Love 30. And I said a moment ago.
The power of Andre's forehand really well there. Nice off-speed, down-the-line shots,
That's one advantage of being tall. You only got to take a couple of steps over there. He knows Agassi's pretty much going to go down the line. Little delay because Agassi once more is changing rackets.
Fromberg reminds me in this match of the way Andres Gomez was able to handle Agassi at the French Open final. Gomez, too, he's not the quickest guy in the world, but he's got long arms and long legs, and he's so big and tall, you can't bang him off the court.
Fromberg holds on and has a 2-1 lead in set number 2 and 1 set to love.
would take years to show you all the great things about a Civic four-door from Honda.
There are those who thirst for something different. Something beyond the ordinary. For them, there is a beer that refreshes like no other. Michelob Dry. Once you've experienced its bold taste with no aftertaste, there's no going back.
The tennis world has been abuzz with the news that Andre Agassi pulled out of the Grand Slam Cup. We asked Agassi about whether he is in fact going to play the Grand Slam Cup.
That really must have sparked something, and all of a sudden, you know, I'm getting threats of not playing any of the Grand Slam tournaments, threats of maximal financial penalties, which is something I was more than willing to accept. But on top of it, the promoter of the event and others are starting to throw lawsuits out at me, and that's something that you know, that just went to show me that this is a heck of a lot bigger than Andre Agassi pulling out of a special event. And when all that started coming around, I started thinking to myself, you know, there's a lot more here than just, you know, Andre Agassi pulling out of a special event. So I basically have made the decision to go there, show up like I said I would, like I signed, and make very clear to the public that is not something I'm supportive of, that philosophically I disagree with it strongly, that I do not want to be there because for the sake of tennis, not for my sake. I'd love to go there and win $2 million, but it's not something that I feel is good for tennis, and that the prize money that I happen to earn there will go to a charity of my choice.
So if he goes, which he will go, rather, the amount of money that he wins at the Grand Slam Cup will go to charity of his choice, as you heard. Yesterday, it was an exclusive. The announcement has not been made yet, and let's just put in perspective for you that the reason that he philosophically disagrees with playing in the tournament is because he feels that there should not be two year-end championships, one of the ATP Tour and one of the Grand Slams. But Brad Gilbert, you have a special interest in his pulling out after this point.
Oh, it kind of puts me on the bubble because I was one out, and then when he pulled out, that put me in the event, so I'm not sure if it puts me out or puts somebody else out, but it's an interesting situation I'm in right now, and I'm eager to find out what's going to happen myself.
The prevailing thought was that the ITF, who is in charge of the Grand Slam Cup, you know, the committee was going to, apart from finding him, they weren't going to allow him to play in 2 of the Grand Slams next year. And of course, the promoter of the Grand Slam Cup was just going to sue his pants off.
It seems very strange that they'd come down on him and nothing for Becker.
They never entered, Brian.
Yeah.
It's not strange. To me, it's not strange. I mean, McEnroe and Becker and Montielander never entered the thing.
That's a good point. 14, 13.
Oh, yeah, they complained, of course, was the fact that he had made a commitment and then...
he was in all their advertising and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, he's a huge draw.
I'd like to see both those tournaments get together and just have one event at the final, the finish of the year, rather than 2.
Yeah, this is game point. And back to Deuce.
So I also feel that the ATP have a right for the ATP finals.
Hey, he ain't Harry, he's his brother.
Philip Agassi.
New look, looks good.
It is a new look. And it does look good. Phil Agassi.
That's a hell of a forehand hit just right there.
Was
off the court, big one down the line.
Deuce. As often as we've seen Phil Agassi just when we finish this, but we should have it. Do you recognize this man, Chris?
Yeah.
That was also a puzzled look on his face. I think they're really worried at this point right now.
Phil Agassi's not having much opportunity to do anything with Fromberg in this game because he's just blistering forehands.
Break point.
strange is all the games that Andre's lost his serve have been on this side. This side that's really been giving him some trouble here. But I think he needs to get back to working the points, making this guy move side to side.
That's the one we've been looking for, Brad, for the entire match. The little forehand like this one. He sets the big blistering forehand down there, and watch what it does. There's that squash shot, that return there, no pace on it, and then he's able to create the angle. And look at that ball move off the court.
That's a tremendous shot.
Brad, is there any guy on the tour who can find, the short court the way Agassi can? I don't think so, and I think it would be great if he could use the width of the court more.
I think there's maybe only one guy. Thomas Muster hits those shots awfully well on the clay as well.
Deuce again. Agassi's had so much trouble on this side. Lost his serve 3 times. First game, his first serve game of the match, he had 40 love here and then lost it. That was the first break, and then set the game again.
At 5-4.
Yeah.
When Agassi gets into the net in a volleying position, you can see the stutter step. Not a very good reply from Fromberg, and the added strength there from Agassi. He hits a high backhand volley for a winner. Tough shot to play.
I think he's abandoned his wide serve here. He's had poor success with that today.
The crowd here in St. Petersburg. Agassi holds on. We're on serve. He was a break point down in that game.
Did you see where that last serve was directed?
To the forehand.
To the forehand side. I think there's a change of strategy coming in here now. I think Tom Gorman said, hey, forget the backhand, fella. You're not doing too well over there. Get to the forehand side a little more often.
You guys probably agree with that, don't you? Because he was kicking that thing up into the backhand, high into the backhand. That doesn't hurt Fromberg at all.
I think it's very strange that, he has a great forehand but doesn't return serve as well on the forehand. And I think his backhand's weaker from the baseline, but returns much better on that backhand.
Thank you.
Doesn't have to move any, or at least very, very little on the return of serve. He doesn't have to worry about setting up and then hitting his backhand, so he can hit it harder. He can use both those hands and really whack at it. Whereas on the run during a rally, he's not afforded that same.
Just long. That drop shot worked on that occasion, but it's not been kind to him so far.
He's been hitting it awfully deep. Normally he gets that thing a lot closer to the net. I think that's allowed Richard to close in on those.
Point, please. Seats, please, be on the court. Any seats. Stop moving.
Stop moving. Then a very good French accent.
He's the kind of guy you could just, Bruno Rebeau. He's the most looking fellow you can tell, but you just like to listen and talk sometimes.
The elegant Frenchman finally decided, well, hell, I'm in the States. I better talk the English language.
He was out there at the pool today with the oil on, getting a good suntan before the match today.
The crowd erupts. Now Agassi does have love 43 break points.
This is what Davis Cup is all about. Getting the crowd going. And Agassi, look how he goes back. He sets himself up. He knows Fromberg's looking for the one down the line, and he went for the angle cross court.
It's a crowd-pleasing shot there, but in truth, everybody in this booth expected him to win it. 15-14.
I think the fist pumping here for Andre will really get the crowd going. I think the crowd has kind of been a sleeping giant here. They really want to erupt, but they haven't had much to erupt about yet.
It's been amazing how well he has come from behind so often in this game.
Well, this is all part of it because if he hits second serve, Agassi's all over it. He's got two big first serves here, and it's set up the points, and he's hit winners. Tough to keep doing that, though.
It's a big point right here.
Now let's see.
That's a good second serve right there to run around and bust a forehand on.
It's such high voltage stuff from Agassi. I mean, you're running around the shot, whack the thing there, he either makes a winner or an error.
That's one thing when he does run around it, he's made up his mind what he wants to do. He's not going to try and play another 3 or 4 strokes.
He certainly doesn't hit it like me. He runs around and nerfs it.
Seen many of those from Fromberg.
I think I took a little bit of a bad bounce on him. It popped up on him, but that's a tough error.
I think you're being kind to him.
Here's the return of serve, and he either looks out of the corner of his eye at Agassi, takes his eye off the ball, or a bad bounce there.
I think it came up a little higher, but he was a little lazy on that forehand, huh?
Break point number 4 for this game.
Looked over at Captain Neil Fraser in disgust.
He'll try to run around the backhand again here.
Shot, and I think Fromberg was looking for the lob. The USA has the first break of set number 2.
Premium choice. Quick, name the company that can meet virtually any computer need. For any architect, any accountant, any engineer, any writer, any designer, any scientist, any sales manager, any plant manager, any typographer, or anyone else. Any guesses? NEC. Tots, the premium choice.
College football doubleheader tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Live coverage, number 3 Miami against San Diego State. That's at San Diego State at 7:30 Eastern Time, 4:30 on the coast, the West Coast. Number 6 Florida and number 8 Florida State. That's tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern Time, live here on ESPN.
Bragging rights of Florida there, huh?
Point, please.
This is Davis Cup, the final for 1990. USA and Australia. In the second set, Agassi serving with a break 3-2. He lost the first set. First serve percentages have got a little better, Fred.
Yes.
In fact, a lot better.
They were way down. 8 of 23 points on second serves, though. That's not too good.
That's like one of my percentages.
Well, it allows Fromberg to get around, and he's like Agassi. Give him that short ball, he does some damage with it.
You just have to get out the old telltales there, and you're always ranking on my second serve.
You're not usually this self-effacing. I don't like this, but I want you to tell us how good you are, and not how bad you are.
He knows he's got a lousy second, sir.
You got a couple of birds right there, yeah?
That's right. 15:30.
So every time he looks like he's going to get ahead and start dominating, he plays a couple of sloppy points and gets the guy back into the match mentally.
Aaron Krickstein. Behind him, Nick Bollettieri.
He goes way back with Bollettieri.
He sure does. He's been coach for a long time. Bollettieri Agassi's coach now, of course.
And Krickstein was a hero of the tie against Czechoslovakia, winning both his matches.
Nice to see all the guys turned up for this.
I asked Pete Sampras in Germany whether he was going to show. Sort of looking, no, I wouldn't think about going, because I think that within a year's time he'll probably be playing Davis Cup for the USA.
I think sooner.
Interesting winners of this Davis Cup, the 1980s, Czechoslovakia over Italy, and then the USA versus Argentina. What a match that was in Cincinnati. USA over France again, that was in Grenoble. Then Australia over Sweden, that was in Australia on grass. Sweden over the USA in 1984. Then Sweden again, Australia, Sweden again, and then twice these last 2 years, West Germany over Sweden in the final. That's what everybody out there is playing for, the Davis Cup.
The big reason there. Cliff also, Germany winning it the last 2 years, they had a big problem this year. They lost to Argentina down in Buenos Aires, and the main reason for that possibly, Boris Becker didn't go along and play Davis Cup for West Germany this year.
But he is going to play next year, by the way. For the USA in the second set, and Germany and the USA are in the same half of the Davis Cup next year. Mexico in the first round, and then Canada or Spain if the USA wins that first round match, and then if Germany gets through, it will be Germany in the semifinals.
I think that's a fairly good draw for the United States.
That would be in the USA.
I agree with you. I think they've got a good opportunity to come this far again next year.
The draw for next year, USA and Mexico. This is the top half. As you can see, Germany will play Italy in the first round. Argentina, New Zealand, Canada, all in the same section as we just said. The first round will be played at the German club in Mexico City. There's the bottom half. Australia, Yugoslavia, Sweden, all in there. German club in Mexico City is a relatively small place to play, so the crowds really get your attention pretty good.
I tell you, we played there 86 indoors. It was the same, indoor clay in about a 17,000 seat arena.
Yeah, but the German club will be even tougher because the crowd are so much closer to the action.
I tell you, they're crazy, the fans down there. They really get juiced up. After every point, a double fault, they go crazy.
Same kind of thing, although maybe not as wild in Austria. It sure took Chang and Agassi by surprise. 30-15.
Fromberg there, good reach, good solid swing on that one, good extension and follow through. It's only his second ace of the day, though.
Took the word right out of my mouth. It was really good extension there. Good placement.
The linesman said it was unsighted.
Right.
Immediately he put up his hands to say he couldn't see it.
So Bruno Roubaud will get out of the chair and find the mark.
That was a foot wide.
Yeah. Out. I wonder what he said to Agassi. He could have said to him, don't talk to me directly, speak to your captain.
Roubaud has just told Fraser the ball was out.
Watch.
He flicks this forehand and the ball hits the net, and he's robbed there because if it had not hit the net it would have stayed in, but it was well wide.
That ball was clearly wide.
Yeah, look at him pointing to the mark as his head. That was out.
Let's go to the videotape right there.
Mary, you didn't hear what Roubaud said to Agassi, did you?
Well, Agassi just said that, it was out, and then Gorman said to Roubaud that the guy immediately said he was unsighted, and Roubaud never questioned it. Roubaud knew it was wide, too.
So if he knew it was wide, why didn't he make an immediate overrule?
Game point. He just wanted to stroll, get out of his chair and loosen up a bit, check the mark. Australia of this Davis Cup tie. What time is it down under?
About 14 hours ahead from here.
9 in the morning?
Yeah, a little after that. Yep.
has breakpoint. There are some of the broadcasters. Channel 7 of Australia, ARD rather, from Germany, then TVE from Spain, FR3. You remember them from our coverage in Paris at the French Open and the Paris Open, indeed. Game point and break point for Agassi.
Just a second ago, Fromberg was sitting on the changeover and thinking it was 4-3.
Yeah, indeed.
Right. Big turnaround. His last 3 points.
Fromberg shot is long, 5-2. Agassi will serve when we come back with more of our live coverage.
It's called Drixoral. A powerful 12-hour cold medicine that at one time you couldn't buy without a doctor's prescription. Today you can. Drixoral works just as hard against colds as it always did. You just don't have to work so hard to get it. 12-hour prescription strength Drixoral. You don't need a prescription, just a cold.
The Subaru Legacy is a lot larger than the older Subaru. But people still think we're small and boxy. The Subaru Legacy is plush and comfortable. But people still think we're just basic transportation. With 93% registered in the last 10 years, still on the road. We hope our old image wears out a lot faster than our cars do.
One of the major controversies of this Davis Cup tie was the surface. Well, what is behind the controversy? We asked the captain, Neil Fraser, what is your objection exactly?
Just quite easy. The court surface to be used for the match should be in general use where and when we play the tie. And the court surface is not in general use when and where we play the tie.
So Neil Fraser's concern was both that and the fact of the times. There is a new rule that is part of this Davis Cup competition starting next year, meaning there must be 22 hours between the start of the Davis Cup tie on one day and the next day.
I don't like that at all.
But Fraser came down here 3 weeks before this tie began, and he had asked the USGA for a list of red clay courts in the state of Florida where he can practice his team. And they gave him a list, and he gave up because he started calling these places, these clubs, and they said, oh, we haven't had red clay in years.
Well, they had it over at Williams Island where Roy Emerson is over there, but it's not the same.
No, it wasn't.
Not the same clay. It's
right. They just decided to stay and train at East Lake Woodlands, a place where Kim Warwick and Bob Butterfield have, and they tried to slow down the court, make it as close to what this would be as possible. But it's just been very frustrating for Fraser.
Like Darren Cahill has a place there too.
Well, Kim Warwick used to play Davis Cup for Australia. Bob Butterfield worked in good old days with Harry Hopman. Now they have their own successful camp there. Double fault there from Agassi. That's only his second of the day.
And Fraser has been very noisy about the lighting of this of the Sun Dome and the fact that he said, well, I'm disappointed we're playing in a baseball stadium. I was rather hoping we'd play in a tennis stadium for a Davis Cup final.
30-15 for Agassi, serving for the second set. And now 30-all. Mary, God bless you, that Australian accent of yours needs a little work.
I was going to say, Mary, I'd have thought after being around me for a while, it'd be a little bit better than that.
Listen, I don't know how to talk anymore after hanging around you guys. The Suncoast Dome, by the way, was built in an effort to entice Major League Baseball to St. Pete.
Beautiful arena.
It's gorgeous, and in fact, they came extremely close to nailing down the Chicago White Sox. Big Jim Thompson, the governor of Illinois, had to literally turn back the clock at 2 minutes of midnight on the day where he needed to get votes. It was 2 minutes to midnight for half an hour before he got enough votes to build a new Comiskey Park.
This is break point, second serve.
This is the side that's been giving him in trouble the whole match. 3 sloppy points from 30 love.
Yep. Back to deuce. Remember, he has 2 breaks of serving hand.
One more thing about the Suncoast Dome. You wonder why on earth do you put a dome over, over St. Petersburg? Well, the reason is as anyone knows, in the summertime it rains here about 3 o'clock every afternoon. And as I said, this was built specifically for baseball, so they domed it.
So they're trading a lot of unforced errors here right now, aren't they?
Yep, and this is set. In fact, there have been a lot more unforced errors in this whole match than I thought there would be.
I think a lot of that has to do with how high the ball is getting up on the guys.
That is wide, and Andre Agassi has leveled this match at 1 match all. Best of 5 matches in this Davis Cup tie. This is the first match. In the second match, Darren Cahill will take on Michael Chen.
I think that's possible. I also think he might have been getting a little bit tired, trying to close out.
Neither scored in the second.
A big commentator who uses the
South Wales, Australia. Do you know it?
Alfred?
Yes, I do. It's a country town north of Sydney, northwest of Sydney. I used to play some exhibitions over there. It gets to be very cold there in the winter. Doesn't snow, but bitterly cold early in the morning. Lots of frosts. Fromberg battling to come back here. If Agassi wins this game, it'll be the first time that he's actually been in front since they started.
Of an opening game. Yeah, he's lost every opening game, huh?
Down 2-1, come back 2 sets all.
Still break point. Big flat serve, but Agassi picked where it was going. The deep return, and Fromberg has lost the first game on serve of set number 5. The USA lead it in the 5th set. We'll be back.
Introducing Backjacks, the unique patented video chairs that can be used anywhere. Kids love them. They make watching movies and videos fun. Backjack video chairs are designed to keep you alert and comfortable when playing your favorite video games. Backjacks are perfect outdoors, at campsites or at the beach. Rust-proof steel frames, canvas covers, and padded foam seats make Backjacks tough yet comfortable. Backjack's unique stackable design makes storage easy, and they're perfect when you need extra seating. Backjacks fit both adults and kids and come in a variety of colors. Relax in comfort, anytime, anywhere. Order Backjacks today for yourself or as a gift for a friend. If you order now, we'll protect your Backjacks with a lifetime guarantee against spills and stains. Normally a $5 value, this fabric guard is free during this TV offer. So order your Backjacks with lifetime fabric protection now, and we'll ship before Christmas. Call 1-800-969-6700. Visa and MasterCard accepted.
Win or lose, it has really been a great effort from Richard Fromberg of Australia. What does it mean, play Davis Cup? What does it mean to Richard Fromberg? That's what he said.
I think the final of the Davis Cup is probably equal to winning a Grand Slam, in my opinion. And you know, it's a really big thing, and you're not playing for yourself, you're really playing for your country, and that's something I've always wanted to do. So I'm just hoping I can get a run.
He watched Davis Cup down in Tasmania as a kid on television. Still only a kid.
20 years old.
Pretty tough initiation for a guy. He's only 20 years old. He's only 1 day older than Agassi. He's wanted to play Davis Cup all his life, and I'm not sure he wanted to play for in the Davis Cup final for the first time ever. He's only played 2 5-set matches this year.
Dead tired right now.
You know, don't forget this nervous tension, what it does to you. Forget, I mean, the guy can be tremendously physically fit, but when your mind plays tricks on you, you're in trouble.
That gets his racket underneath this one, that makes the volley, or gets to the volley, has an opportunity to make it, tries to play a drop volley here, though, and he dropped it all right, and he's very frustrated with that effort. You talk about cramps, Cliff, remember the nervous tension that Michael Chang, he just showed it after a 1.5 sets in Austria.
Exactly.
I think one thing's evident so far since they've come back after the break, he's really opened up the forehand with the backhand down the line. And I think he's really been able to dictate the points. I think that's why he's really gotten a lot more tired, because Andre's been the one that's really dictating the play.
Shot 30 all. 5-set matches. He hasn't played a 5-set match this year. Career in Davis Cup 0-1. That was to Boris Becker, of course, the match that he was so close to winning.
Possibly the best match I've ever seen.
That one hit the line, so Fromberg showing a little emotion there.
This is the side that's been just giving him trouble all night, huh?
This is where Fromberg the last couple of sets was not able to advantage of the situation.
Went back into the backhand side. Flat forehand for the winner, deuce.
A well-played point from Agassi there. Wrong footing Fromberg. He threw in the kick serve. The return came down the middle. Fromberg anticipated a good run once more over to the forehand side.
The shot he hit so well. He set up the good forehand down the line and then just had the opening for the backhand down the line to Richard's forehand, which is the shot he's moving slower to right now.
That's long, and Andre Agassi increases his lead. 2 games to love in the 5th set. 2 sets all. Richard Fromberg, by the way, is maybe a surprise singles player for Australia, but probably shouldn't be. He's the top-ranked Australian in singles.
Yeah, and unquestionably their best clay court player.
At number 32, Andre Agassi, number 4. ATP singles ranking. And doesn't agree with him on
that was very firm, huh?
Oh yeah. Boy. I mean, sometimes it clips the line on the way, doesn't it? So that the only mark that you see is the mark that's out, but you could have brushed the line on the way.
I tell you, he's come out of the chair about 4 times. I tell you, you can go months without a guy getting out of the chair.
I think they do it a lot more on clay because of the fact that they can see the mark. There is a distinctive mark left on these courts. That's one of the benefits of allowing that to happen.
I love to see him do it.
But usually they'll have the linesman come check first. I mean, he just jumped right out of his chair there.
14. Another big one. That's 13 now.
Just under 3 hours of play, and they can still come up with big ones like this.
I'd say those 13 aces, probably 11 of them been right up the middle.
14, 15.
Broken string.
Another string broken, but it is Fromberg who holds on. Agassi ahead 2-1 in the 5th.
Tots, the premium choice.
Lay it right in over there.
Strike.
High line. High line. Don't. I lost him.
The NEC P300.
Hello?
We made it smaller and lighter than ordinary cellular phones.
Did you sign the contract? Great. At least I caught something.
Because you can't take the call if you don't take the phone. Choice.
When you combine the records here, the singles players, their Davis Cup experience for Australia doesn't look too good, does it? Just 3 matches total. USA, not that many more, really, when you think about it. Agassi and Chang, 8 appearances. Take a look at their respective match records. The MetLife blimp is what's giving you the picture that you're looking at now. It's one of the largest airships, measuring about 190 feet in length and 67 feet high.
Bob Michelson's the cameraman bringing us the pictures from up there.
Taking a little bit of the spin off that forehand, hitting it flat, and that works well for Fromberg.
This is a big game right here for him to, stay out in front.
Boy, it is important to stay out in front in the 5th and final set.
And you don't want to let your opponent back in it, give him the confidence that he can win the match.
Oh, yeah. Well, 30 in this game. He's in trouble, Agassi. He hasn't been as successful getting trouble as Fromberg has either. Tony Trebet, Davis Cup captain for a good 5 years. Also a Florida resident.
And also a great Davis Cup player for the United States, along with Vic Seixas in 53, 54, back in that era.
You wonder what a player of his caliber thinks about a guy like Agassi, although he hit the ball pretty early as well.
Yeah, Trabe's got over the ball, but he had the thumb up the back on the backhand, the Eastern forehand, very flat strokes.
Thumb up the back.
Big point for USA, 15-30.
Bigger point for Australia. Yes, fine play from Agassi. Boy, that's tough to do when you're down love 30. But he has been aggressive off the short ball.
He's been running around on the 15, 30 points, 30, 15 points, and when you're getting a little tired, you've just got a lot of ground to make up there. That's going to make you more tired.
Next up, Michael Chang and Darren Cahill for Australia. He's a tall man, but he looks slow under those conditions, doesn't he? Of course, Agassi make most anybody look slow the way he smacks the ball from the baseline.
But he definitely has trouble with the one beforehand. It's amazing how many times he goes to chop that.
Yeah, he doesn't have time to take the backswing because he does have a big backswing on that side.
You think that's why he struggles on faster courts?
Definitely.
Just from up here, you would think that he would be a really good fast court player. You know how big he is.
Big serve. Sure helps on the fast surface.
Chance here for Fromberg.
And if he doesn't win this one, time is running out because Fromberg had a break point on Agassi's last service game and lost it, and he knows the importance of this one. He knew the importance of it. There wasn't one thing he could do about it. A perfect serve, and watch this, an innovative Bolo volley. I think he's patented that shot. People say it's an unbelievable shot to play. Agassi thinks it's easy.
In all kinds of trouble in this game. Now he has game point. looked back, and the call was confirmed. It was wide, second serve. That's wide again. Deuce.
He's made a couple of loose errors this game.
Third deuce of the game. There's a group of Australians sitting just down in front of our commentary booth here. There's not a lot of them, but they have been making a lot of noise up until the last couple of games anyway.
I think Fitzy's leading the charge.
That's why.
They did have a plane load come over from Australia. Specifically, they put a tour together for the Davis Cup finals.
Another break point here.
Just can't let these slip by.
Well, Andre Agassi, with that unforced error, allows Australia to level things here at 2 games all and 2 sets all in this match.
Fromberg with the service break, and he knows he can't let too many of these get away from him, and this time he gets it, looks over to the boys and says, I'm still in it.
And that's what they've been shouting to him, Fred. They've been saying, dig deep, dig deep.
Well, Neil Fraser, I've noticed the last couple of changeovers, sits him down, just says, take 3 or 4 deep breaths. That's one of the things Harry Hopman used to tell us. Take there, try and suck that wind in there, get the air in there, relax a little.
Loosen up and go for the line.
That's it.
Cash on the left leading the cheers. Then Barclay on his right.
Cash's wife, Emily, is American. And in fact, his mother is as well. But all the Cashes are surely cheering for this guy.
I tell you, all of a sudden you get that break, and then the second win has come right back into him.
This is going to be a tremendous finish to a fabulous tennis match. Been a lot of errors, but if you judge these matches by guts and determination, wanting to put your country in front, both men have played that way.
Coleman doesn't look too concerned. 15 all.
Well, that's a great return. Right on the line. Fromberg thought he'd had a winning serve.
As Marv Albert would say, that's a stick save and a beaut.
Look at the pinpoint accuracy of this serve. Way out there. Fromberg thinks he's won the point. That one clips right off the tape, right off the line.
15-30. Serve from Fromberg. Boy, he leans into that baby and just makes it count. Darren Cahill of Australia against Michael Chang next up. That'll be the second match of the 5 matches that will be played this weekend and comprise this Davis Cup tie.
I think the boys are feeling right now.
I know it's getting down to the nitty-gritty in this match, but spare a thought for those 2 fellas in their respective locker rooms, and that's where they are now. It's a lot easier if you're 1 up instead of 1 down.
It's getting around time for Michael Chang's bedtime. It's going to be a hard thing for him to do.
Double fault. The third from Fromberg. What a time this gives Andre Agassi a chance to break again. Now, he's broken once already, as Neil Fraser looks on, in this final set, but has in turn been broken. So we're dead even at 2 games all.
Big opportunity right back here.
there, Bradley. You're sitting back there, you know, part of the team. Go for it. Another big save from Fromberg. Under pressure, break point down, first serve, and he goes back behind Agassi. Takes a leaf out of Agassi's book, and he wants to be in there right to the finish.
He's really starting to get pumped up here. Showing more emotion than he's ever shown before. Such a big forehand. That almost looks like a Michael Jordan, like a humongous dunk. I mean, that has just got velocity.
Michael Jordan doesn't play bad tennis, by the way. 7 of 18 for Agassi now in the breakpoint department. 5 of 13 for Richard Fromberg. Fromberg, a great serve. Agassi did well just to get it back. Fromberg was in control. Agassi guessed where he was going, but wasn't there enough time to do anything with a passing shot.
He's coming up with big serves on the break point down.
Under pressure, but you can't keep doing that. You know, that's tough to do. Oh, boy, under circumstances like this, yeah, then I threw in a double fault. Don't want to wish that on him. This has been too good a match, too close a match. Deuce.
This is prime time right now.
Start out being a well-played match by any means, but that's turned around.
They both picked up a lot.
Oh, he hit it. It was going wide, but it worked anyway. Ooh. That would have been a foot wide.
Fromberg knew it as well, and he never even moved. Watch this, folks. What happens here? A blistering return, the slice down there that's way outside the court. Fromberg's given up on the play, and suddenly Agassi makes a stab at the shot. If Fromberg had kept his composure and had the racket there, he'd have been able to get
the whole court. He could have drove a truck there.
Break point again.
Number 3.
For the USA. For Agassi of the USA. We'll be back in a moment.
Performance, endurance, elegance. What more can anyone ask of a luxury car?
Quite a bit, actually.
It could be queen or it could be king. You go your way and I'll go mine. As long as you just make it fine.
Good times roll with the clean, fresh taste of Bud Light. It won't fill you up, never let you down.
Florida's Suncoast Dome in St. Petersburg, Florida, the kind of central west coast, middle of the west coast, I suppose you could say, of Florida. Davis Cup final on ESPN, Fromberg of Australia and Andre Agassi of the USA. Agassi lost the first set, won the second, went down again in set 3, came back and won 6-2 in the fourth set. Now he has broken twice, but he has in turn been broken once. In fact, the last time he served. So he will serve trailing, or at least ahead, 3-2 set 5.
He needs a good game here. Can't afford any loose errors this game.
No, Fromberg made a couple of... he didn't get enough depth on the last 2 points of that last service game. And now Agassi once more with a break.
7-5 in 5-set matches. Remember, he went through a few. The only win that he had was against Connors in the '89 US Open, and you know, folks used to say, well, hey, he's never going to win a 5-set match.
Freddie, how'd you like to hit a forehand once like that?
I'd have luck to been able to do that.
I'd like to do that once and dunk like Michael Jordan, and I could rest in peace.
Shot that got Fromberg into all sorts of trouble throughout that rally, and finally we got him back on track. As a ball that hit the sideline, got away from Agassi, opened the court.
Looked like he was going to let it go.
15-all. Michael Jordan, by the way, is a fair tennis player, a much better golfer. Still carrying a few cents of money. 15-all.
This is where Brad Agassi starts to hurry. As soon as when he can smell victory, he gets out there and he starts to rush things. The best thing that Tom Gorman can tell him now is, hey, walk around a couple of times. Walk around the back of the court. Take it easy. Slow yourself down.
And actually, Fromberg has done that quite a few times in this match. Trying to slow Andre down. Just like you said, I mean, Andre's been working the points, last few points real well, and then he makes a couple of loose first shot errors. It's uncharacteristic of the way he's been playing. If he wins this point, the crowd is going to erupt. They're starting to sense victory. Cliffy's starting to jab me about that, though.
Point this one. Agassi gets the short ball that he wants on the very few times. Agassi just stood in mid-court there around the service line area, didn't move to the net and was caught by the forehand. Watch out here.
Agassi again with the big forehand has game point.
Could have put a hole in that NEC sign right there.
Worldwide sponsors of the Davis Cup. Four games to 2, Agassi in the 5th set of this first match of this Davis Cup tie. Next up, Darren Cahill and Michael Chang. It's about the time the boys are just pacing in the room right now.
Yeah.
I've been there a few times. It's a horrible feeling just waiting like this.
Does it make a big difference, Brad, who wins the first match if you're playing second?
I think it does, because I think if your team's lost the first match, there's more pressure because you know you cannot afford to go out and play a bad match. I think if you've won the first match, all of a sudden you can afford to be a little looser. It's easier to play.
Big serve from Fromberg, 15-all.
I've played a few matches where we've been ahead 1-0, and it seems like it's so much easier to go out and win that match. And then when you're down 1-0, I mean, the pressure's on you. You've got to win, because if you don't win, you know you're almost out of it. And it's very difficult to come back from 2-0.
Definitely. Tough to come back from 2 sets to 1 down in a given match under these circumstances, but Andre Agassi is a couple of games away from doing it.
backhand that he used, but Fromberg didn't put the volley away. He should have.
He tried for the bolo volley there. He should have just punched that. That was a high volley. And he was in good volley position there.
Well, he didn't have to go for as much.
Well, you can call the bolo volley a high percentage play under any circumstances, could you?
I think it's a poor percentage, but Andre definitely hits it much better than anybody's going to hit it. And that's his shot.
15-30.
Swing volley, you know, for someone like Fromberg or for many of the rest of us, you know, Agassi has such great natural racket speed. A guy like Fromberg, this one too had too much swing to it.
He didn't look comfortable hitting that, did he?
No, he kind of walked right into that shot.
He doesn't look comfortable hitting too many things, Fromberg, but he gets the job done.
He sort of looks like a standard poodle on his hind legs playing tennis.
Come on, his parents could be watching this.
Oh, I'm crazy about this kid. But no, he just doesn't, he looks sort of, you know, I think it's just because and he's just so hot, he's so tall. Agassi's compact and...
Game point.
14 aces. 14 aces, that's not bad serving in your first Davis Cup match.
This is crucial time for Fromberg to make a free serve. I think if he doesn't, Andre will be jumping on him.
This is break point.
Almost like a hockey swing. I mean, he just slapped that thing. Good second serve, and that's just a clean slap winner.
Beautiful balance when he executed that shot, too, because he was wrong-footed and he had to turn, go back the other way.
Serve for the USA. He leads it 5 games to 2, and when we come back, it will be Agassi to serve to put the USA ahead by 1 match to nothing in this Davis Cup final between the USA and Australia. We will be back.
Tennis pump from Reebok. It helps you get around the battlefield with a little more confidence.
Look into a Sterling motor car, luxuriously appointed with handcrafted wood, rich in supple Connolly leather. And right now, a Sterling is a most prudent investment. Decidedly British luxury and performance with the finest, most affordable financing, starting at 0%. Or lease a Sterling with maintenance included at no charge. No matter how you look at it, it's time to see what it's like to drive a Sterling.
Waiting in the wings, Darren Cahill of Australia and Michael Chang, the hero for the USA of that match in Vienna when the USA beat Austria. But up now here on our live coverage from the Suncoast Dome in St. Petersburg, Florida, it is Andre Agassi to serve for the match at 5, leading 5-2 in the first match.
We said the crowd were rather quiet for the first 3 or 4 sets, but they've certainly let it out the last 5 or 6 games.
I think the level of tennis has brought the crowd, you know, up extraordinary.
And the fact that it's been very close in the 5th set.
over-30. It has not been an easy day at the offices, you would say, Phil, has it, for Agassi? I mean, every time his serve is
For either one, you know, it's a tough one for Andre, who's expected to win this match, and a great one for Fromberg.
Yep. Love 40, 3 break points for Fromberg.
I can't recall a time where he's held serve at love all match.
Agassi?
Yeah. I mean, every game seems like it's been a struggle. That's good fighting stuff from Fromberg there. Digs down right there and gets a love break.
Lost his serve game to Love that Agassi, and Fromberg is still in this match. It's 5 games to 3 now. He'll serve this game.
I just checked my scorecard, and Andre Agassi throughout this match, and it's been going on for 3.5 hours now, just about, has not won a service game to Love. But he's still 5-3 in the 5th.
Right here.
Fromberg, who has won 2 clay court tournaments this year, we'll remind you, is still in it.
He handles that power of Andre. That thing was directed towards the middle of the court. He just took that early, whipped it across court.
Off a pretty short backswing, too.
He's playing this game very confidently. It's like my back's to the wall, like I know you can lose.
I think at 5-2 they told him to relax a little bit. He's down 2 breaks. I mean, almost likely he's going to lose for sure. And now he's playing some good stuff. You know, he's responding well under pressure here.
7 points in a row he's won.
When we come back, it will be Agassi to serve for the match for the 2nd time at 5-4.
Biggest decision of their life, and they have 2 choices. The one they only think they can afford, or a custom-built home by ShareChris, Maryland's leading custom home builder. They did their homework, explored both options. They crunched the numbers. They decided on ShareChris. Can your family afford custom? You won't know until you consult with ShareChris.
No need to travel cross-country for your ski equipment and apparel. Visit PJ's Ski and Sport, conveniently located at the Festival in Bel Air. PJ's has the latest in ski fashion from names like Obermeyer, Fogner, and Nevica. There's a professional staff eager to help you choose the correct equipment for your needs. Skis, boots, and bindings for sale and rent. Let's just say everything you need to make your ski dreams come true. Visit PJ's this season. It's all downhill from here.
Will acknowledge that he has played this match rather tightly, generally speaking, except for one streak there in set 4 when he was very much in control playing his old aggressive style. Let's see just how tight he is here at 5-4, serving for the set and match for the 2nd time. Second to last shot. Extraordinary.
Yeah, Fromberg went over to check it and caught the back edge of the line. He doesn't complain.
Sorry for that stop. 8 straight points in a row lost by Agassi on the changer. I said to Ian Barclay, boy, 8 straight in a row. And he said, yeah, well, we need 16. You Aussies kill me, Freddie.
This is a big point right here. And he's got to stay in front of this kid.
He's just wide. Taking stuff off that first serve. It's interesting, isn't it? You'd think that in his eagerness to get it over, he might go for the big one. He's not.
Yeah, I think he's been told to get good three-quarter pace first serves in and not let Fromberg take advantage of second serves. If he misses that serve, Fromberg will be all over second serve. Agassi asking the crowd to quieten down. That's a strange one.
Fromberg had a good cut at that forehand pounce, too.
30-15. He went for that one.
He was looking to serve volley there with a sneak attack.
Here he drills this one down the line. He thinks he's got the winner, but then the ball comes back. Look at the eyes right on the ball, glued there until the ball makes contact with the racket. And then the result is a couple of match points.
I don't know how you teach that shot.
No, it's not over yet. The crowd ready to stand up. Second serve.
Oohing and ahhing going on here now.
Tough to second guess Agassi going for that big forehand because it's those kinds of shots that got him to this point in the match. But
tell me that's not nerves?
I'm going to let you guys analyze that one.
That's just nervous tension there. He wanted to get that over. Wanted to force Fromberg to go for something. A second serve and volley.
I think he outguessed himself there. He did that in 4-5 in the second. Or the first.
Short lob, and it got deeper on him.
Did a good job there, Agassi.
Third match point.
Think this is the third volley again?
The pressure and the nerves of this is just something else.
No, I don't think it's so. To win it. But maybe that's what put so much pressure on him. Add to that the fact that Richard Fromberg came up with a lot of aces and some very, very aggressive play to take Agassi all the way.
I think he talked to me. For sure. He won't talk to me, I told you.
In 5 sets, Andre Agassi over Richard Fromberg, and the USA lead this Davis Cup final by 1 match to nothing. We'll be back.
Look into a Sterling motor car, luxuriously appointed with handcrafted wood, rich in supple Connolly leather. And right now, a Sterling is a most prudent investment. Decidedly British luxury and performance with the finest, most affordable financing, starting at 0%. or lease a Sterling with maintenance included at no charge. No matter how you look at it, it's time to see what it's like to drive a Sterling.
December wraps up the year with great events on the ESPN. ESPN Sunday Night NFL always has the best action. Plus, there's NFL Game Day and NFL Primetime. The ACC Big East Challenge is filled with fantastic matches. And ESPN has special gifts with the Grand Slam Cup and an Expedition Earth preview of the first around-the-world manned balloon flight. Plus, exciting skiing action and college football bowl week. December on ESPN.
Time these two played at the ATP in Cincinnati, Richard Fromberg beat Andre Agassi in 3 sets, 6-4, I believe it was, in the third set. This time, Andre Agassi came back and won the last 2 sets in this best-of-5 first match of this 5-match Davis Cup tie between Australia and the United States. Fred Stolle, a heck of an effort, wasn't it, from Andre Agassi in the end?
A tremendous effort, Clifford. 1 and 5. He'd only won 1 out of 6 5-set matches, and this is the most important one for him in 5 sets. He threw the kicker in, got the forehand he wanted, and drilled it for the winner down to Richard Fromberg's forehand side. There he is, a happy man. He puts the United States 1 zip up, and he's blowing kisses to the crowd.
Well, that puts the USA, of course, in an outstanding position, and it is Michael Chang up next in the second of the 2 matches that will be played today against Darren Cahill of Australia. That's what it's all about. That is the Davis Cup, named after Dwight Philly Davis, who played all of those years ago. As I said, up next, Darren Cahill of Australia will take on Michael Chang, now the number 15 player in the world. He has been in and out of the top 10 this year, and of course he was the winner of the French Championships last year, and also the winner of the Canadian this year. We'll be back. The USA leads it.
Look into a Sterling motor car, luxuriously appointed with handcrafted wood, rich in supple Connolly leather. And right now, a Sterling is a most prudent investment. Decidedly British luxury and performance with the finest, most affordable financing, starting at 0%. Or lease a Sterling with maintenance included at no charge. No matter how you look at it, it's time to see what it's like to drive a Sterling.
Tennis pump from Reebok. It helps you get around the battlefield with a little more confidence.
This is live coverage of the Davis Cup, the 1990 final round of the Davis Cup between Australia and the USA. 2 countries that have played against each other more often than any other countries in the history of this competition. It has been a wonderful series of matches over the history of the competition between the 2. Darren Cahill of Australia will be up next against young Michael Chang of the USA. And the USA, of course, lead this Davis Cup tie by 1-0. So the pressure is squarely on Darren Cahill's shoulders. He is probably not the best clay court player in the world, and Michael Chang, a French Open winner from last year. Let's go now to Sports Center and Eric Clemens for an update on what has been going on in sports around the country. Eric?
All right, Cliff, thank you very much, and welcome to this abbreviated edition of the Sports Center. More tennis coming up. Darren Cahill against Michael Chang after Andre Agassi's exciting 5-set victory. We start with basketball news this evening. Another fight, another fine for the bad boys of Detroit. The 2-time defending NBA champs paid for their brawl last Tuesday night against the Atlanta Hawks. As usual, who was it to start things? Bill Laimbeer, right in the middle of it. Knocks Dominique Wilkins to the floor after a foul was committed by Rodman. Wilkins tried to get right after Laimbeer. Kevin Willis and Vinnie Johnson get involved in the fray.